Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Regenerative Tourism meeting. We are very happy that you could join us here today, either in the room live or through your screens. Wherever you are following us from, thank you very much for being here. We hope this is yet another inspirational meeting point for all of you. Moltíssimes gràcies per ser aquí I benvinguts.
Thank you very much for being here. Welcome.
I'd just like to inform you on a few practicalities. There's a cloakroom just on the upper floor for suitcases and jackets if need be. Restrooms are also there. And here's the thing, simultaneous translation should be available, but we've had a minor unexpected inconvenience, so we'll have to wait until the coffee break to sort that out. So we apologize on behalf of the organization, but it's something we couldn't predict. Sorry about that. Ens sap molt de greu, però no hi haurà traducció simultània fins a la pausa cafè. Hem tingut un petit inconvenient totalment inesperat d'última hora i per tant us demano una mica de paciència per aquesta primera part institucional on encara no disposarem de la traducció simultània. Però crec que tots posarem de la nostra part.
In any event, we
just
will...
a little patience, and thank you very much for understanding. For the online audience, there are two different YouTube channels, one transmitting the original sound of the conference room, and another one transmitting the English translation. Slido hashtag is on the screen and will be used during the panels for the Q&A sessions. You can download the app or directly enter the website as you please. And we're happy to announce that Delphine Bogos, an artist and visual facilitator, will be translating the essence of all the speeches and discussions into an illustration, and we will be connecting our screen to her working table throughout the day. Today is a day of reflection, aiming to inspire, share, and learn how tourism destinations and businesses are working towards a value-driven tourism model, the so-called regenerative tourism, which contributes to the well-being of society, the environment, and business. This event will showcase how the principles of the Barcelona Declaration, Better Places to Live, Better Places to Visit, born in 2018, are a legacy and are now being taken into consideration in the new tourism policy and marketing strategies, as well as in governance models. This event will be developed around three key topics of interest. The first one, strategies, to explore how tourism destinations are addressing the residents, climate, and business needs. The second one is governance, to understand how tourism destinations transform policy strategies into actionable measures regarding products, experiences, and services. And the third one is honest marketing, to find a way to promote values over volume while developing enriching experiences for both residents and visitors. We hope that you enjoy each and every part. Without further ado, let's start with the institutional welcome speeches. We are very pleased to receive on stage Mrs. Yolanda de Aguilar Rosell from the Nextur Presidency, Secretary General for Tourism of the Government of Andalusia.
Good morning, bon dia, buenos días. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to start expressing my gratitude to the authorities of Barcelona and Catalonia for its political commitment in driving the process of better place to live, better place to visit, and regenerative tourism in partnership with Nextur, the network of European regions for sustainable and competitive tourism. Great the local authorities, my best regards and great to Albert Castellanos, Manuel, Secretary for Business in the government of Catalonia, and Mrs. Marta Domènech, General Director of Tourism of the Catalonian government. My gratitude goes also to the great team of the Catalonian Tourist Board, with the Secretary of Nestur. They are making it possible today to gather in such a magnificent place, La Pedrera, with just high-level speakers and participants. This is an outstanding opportunity to reflect and learn from each other how we can improve the tourism governance and drive it by putting our communities on the center of all the benefits. Allow me to dedicate a special message and our compliments to the tourism sector of Catalonia, who accompany us today, showing their commitment in taking part of this regenerative tourism model we are developing. And I would like to tell you that we are not alone on this. The members of Next2, 40 European leading tourism regions, are walking together this path with you. To the member of Next2, thanks for your commitment and participation as always, delivering with concrete action the priority of our network, building a more sustainable and competitive tourism model for our destination, our business, our people, and doing it by means of European cooperation. This is my first official speech as president of our network. I address all of you today in Barcelona with great enthusiasm and willingness to contribute to all the good work of Next2. Now is the time for determination. We have chosen to regenerate our tourism governance, moving from volumes to values, from growth to sustainable growth. For this, we are delivering strategies which are based on one principle. What is good for our residents is good for our visitors. We want to work through this process hand in hand with the European institutions, and this is a timely and realistic will. Why I am so optimistic about this? Because as we speak today, the European Commission is drafting the European Tourism Agenda 23-2050, and this process started by the so-called Tourism Transition Pathway. The Nestur members have been involved in this process since the beginning, and we have made public our commitment by aligning practically all of the action of this European policy document to our work program. This is why I am delighted that Mrs. Marie-Hélène Pradines, the head of Unit Tourism of the European Commission, can be with us. It's online, but I hope and already would like to invite you to meet as soon as possible, and I will have the chance to come to Brussels soon. Why it's so important that European tourism and region are aligned? Because what you, Mr. Pradines, at the European Commission call collaborative governance of tourism destination and tourism services for visitor and resident alike. And this important document we subscribe, the Tourism Transition Pathways, is both in the spirit and in the practice of the Next2 program, Better Place to Live, Better Place to Visit. And this is what we are discussing today. And we need Europe to be on our side. We need to maintain our good dialogue and even reinforce it. We need concrete projects and dedicated resources to drive the transformation across our destination, with our sector, with our people. So my team in Brussels, in Andalusia, in the board of directors of Nestur, with Visit Flanders and Catalonia are available to collaborate in this journey at your side. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all very fruitful knowledge moment, and once again, to our hosting region, thank you for your hospitality. Moltes gràcies per la vostra hospitalitat.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you very much for sharing your optimistic values with us. We would now like to give the floor to Mrs. Marie-Hélène Pradine, Head of the Tourism Unit at DG GROW, the Department of Growth of the European Commission, who will be joining us online from Brussels. Bonjour, Marie-Hélène.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for this, for giving me this opportunity to address you online. Unfortunately, I know you are in a very iconic place in Barcelona, where the visionary artist that was Gaudi, inspired by the nature, innovated architecture, and that is visited by millions of tourism from across the globe. So I wish I could be there with you, but okay, unfortunately I had some obligation and I had to stay in Brussels. Today in Europe, and I thank Mrs. de Aguilar for this kind words for the Commission. I will come back to some of the points she mentioned in my speech, but I wanted just to mention that today in Europe, we are reinventing, or we try to reinvent the tourism ecosystem. We try for tourism of quality instead of quantity, tourism that brings benefit to the local communities and help to restore the environment, tourism that meets the changing expectations of travelers, and only then tourism will be able to grow more resilient for these future challenges. It is a very difficult task. Multiple challenges that Europe is currently facing. We had the pandemic, maybe it's not over, let's see. The Russian aggression pushing up energy prices and inflation, consequences of climate change. I mean, with all this, we will test or resolve to continue what we started, transforming EU economy, including the one of tourism, into a greener, fit for a digital age, adaptable and equipped with the right skills and capacities. So it's really a huge challenge we have to face. At the same time, we know that crises are an accelerator for change. And during the co-creation of the transition pathway for tourism, and now with the concrete commitments and pledges reaching us from stakeholders, we are witnessing that tourism players are already making significant changes and are ready to continue. During the summer call for pledges, we launched to the tourism transition pathway. All these pledges were published in June. We had among 112 organizations. The majority were regional authorities. All these organizations send us commitments. And among them, I have to mention Nextur, of course. It was already mentioned by Mrs. de Aguilar, but as well as the Catalan Tourist Board, the Directorate for Tourism of the Catalan government, and several member regions, in Spain in particular. So I want to thank all of you for these commitments, for your ideas, for your active cooperation during the creation and now the co-implementation of the tourism pathway. In this first set of pledges, actions in policy and governance, as well as action in green transition, were the most prominent. Our call for pledges in a new way of working together, getting everyone involved in a manner that makes sense for them, while contributing to the shared ambitions. These calls for commitments remain open. We plan to have 2-3 rounds a year. And we plan to, continuously build and maintain a stakeholder engagement towards these objectives. Next cut-off date for the pledge submissions will be end of September or early October, to be published end of October. So if some of you in the room wants to commit some action to the transition pathway, do not hesitate and send your ideas, your pledges, your commitments, your involvement in this co-implementation. Now, a few words concerning the tools as well that we put in place to accompany this implementation of the pathway. In October, normally we should launch an open call for setting up an informal Commission expert group. It should be called together for EU tourism. And this expert group will follow, monitor, support the actions in the transition pathway. It will be composed of around 50 members that will make up 3 subgroups, one for the green transition, another one for the digital one, and as well another one for the resilience, inclusion skills for the transition pathway. This call will be inclusive. It will be open to individuals in a personal capacity or representing a common interest in the field of tourism. It will also be open to all organizations, associations representing different actors of the tourism, industry, regions, local destinations, trade unions, social partners, etc. So do not hesitate when it will be published to show your interest in participating in this expert group. We will not be able to select everybody, of course, but we will try to have a diversified composition of the group. In any case, if you are not part of the group, you will be involved in another manner. Another tool we plan to launch, it's a stakeholder support platform. We should be ready to launch a test version sometime in the third of quarter next year. So it will be a collaborative platform gathering in one place all relevant resources, a kind of one-stop for all partners, of all actors of the ecosystem. So these are the 2 main tools we plan to launch to help for the co-implementation of the pathway. We are also working a lot with member states, and this was mentioned by Mrs. De Aguilar, not only with businesses, but as well with member states. We are now working with the Czech presidency to the elaboration of a new agenda for tourism. And Spain is very supportive for this, and we thank all the Spanish representative for this. We have as well the Tourism Advisory Committee, so called the TAC, which helps us a lot with member states representative to check all our ideas, to give some guidelines to the tourism policy. On the 15th of November, the Czech presidency is organizing the European Tourism Forum with member states in Prague. Maybe some of you will participate in this. And finally, in May, I'm happy to announce that we would like to organize a European Tourism Day where we will take stock of the progress we will have made on the co-implementation of the transition pathway. I will stop there just to conclude, thanking again the Catalan government and other destinations and businesses gathered in Barcelona today, as well as Next Tour, of course, for leading this transformation of the European tourism. I am sure that the examples and experience you will share today will inspire others, and we will make sure that we give visibility and facilitate the exchange of best practices that you will share today. So I wish you a very fruitful discussion, a very good day. Someone from the unit will follow your discussion and will participate in the conclusions of the day. For now, Thanks a lot, and have a very, very nice day.
Merci beaucoup, Marie-Hélène, and thank you for showing us the very valuable commitment and involvement of the European Commission. Last but not least, please welcome Mr. Albert Castellanos Maduell, Secretary for Business and Competitiveness from the Government of Catalonia.
Good morning, everyone, but particularly thank you very much to Marie-Hélène Pradins, Head of Tourism of DG Growth at the European Commission. Thank you for taking part of this institutional welcome. Muchas gracias, Yolanda, Secretaria.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, Secretary, President, for taking the discussion of Next to Barcelona. And I'm sure that this collaboration will not stop here today, but it will move on into the near future. The General Director of Tourism, Director of the Tourism Board of Catalonia, my dear former Regional Minister, Josep Boguet.
Representatives of the touristic sector and the touristic entities that are taking part of this conference today. Well, on behalf of the Catalan government, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to have the possibility to co-host today's conference on such a relevant debate on regenerative tourism. A debate that we think that is particularly appropriate nowadays in Catalonia. Not only in Catalonia, but also in Catalonia. Our government plan for this mandate is shaped by what we call a transformative agenda. What does it mean? It means that after 2 years, clearly and unexpectedly conditioned by the pandemic restrictions, nowadays our political will is not limited to have the same number of visitors that we had in 2019. It's not limited neither to increase the volume of touristic expenditure that we have in 2019, but to improve and evolve our touristic model towards an economic sector capable of driving sustainable economic growth, generating highly skilled jobs, and helping us as well to explain who we are to the rest of the world. And to my understanding, and I think it's pretty much like that, that's what regenerative tourism is about. Regenerative tourism is called to innovate in a disruptive way the political or the policies in tourism in the following years. Regenerative tourism is a political opportunity, or we see it like that, to raise the standards of what we expect from tourism. It is a new and more optimistic look to this sector, but also a more demanding look. So we expect more for tourism in the following years. It is not only a matter of minimizing negative externalities, such as the environmental one, the congestion cost, and so on, but an harmonic and sustainable growth source for the private sector and also for the local communities. That was actually, as Ivana said before, the spirit of Barcelona Declaration, better place to live, better place to visit, subscribed 4.5 years ago here in Barcelona. Hence, somehow, we would like to be a reference place to discuss what is not only a Catalan, but an international economic agenda. We think it's impossible, or at least highly unrealistic, to pursue this common objective without the cooperation of the main stakeholders: private sector, local administrations, trade unions, the whole hosting communities. That's why we work in a national commitment for responsible tourism, compromís nacional per un turisme responsable, aiming to be a common roadmap for a more sustainable tourism to be agreed by the end of this year. It's precisely for this coincidence in the objectives of this journey that we are particularly satisfied to co-host and co-organize today's conference. What we are going to do today? Well, I want to underline what are the most relevant parts from the government perspective. First of all, we have a conference that will have the chance to listen one of the best voices, most expert voices, such as Anna Pollock on regenerative tourism, and actually is the one who created the concept. So congratulations, because I think it's going to change somehow the touristic policies in the following years, like I said. Sharing as well experiences from other territories committed to these touristic models, like Flanders, Valencia, Groenlandia, Andalusia, obviously, Scotland, Västra Götaland from Sweden, and so on. But also showing and sharing contributions not only from regional governments, but also from entities and from private companies that are very interesting to us. For example, entities such as Impact Hub or Travel Foundation, or very big local companies, wineries such as Torres, that is taking part of this event, and they want particularly to thank its contribution. Today's conference is pursuing a double objective at the end. First of all, a local objective, which is very relevant for the Catalan government, that is helping us to enrich the political debate we have to design our touristic policies, to enrich and make a national commitment which is expected to be more consistent after today's debate, but also helping us to design, for example, our marketing plans, or, for example, to create a better touristic law, which is one of the results of this national commitment. But we are not only here, I mean, to do better policies, which is not bad at the end, but to contribute to this international agenda. Regenerative tourism is called to change and to shape the touristic policies, and is called to have an European dimension, not only Catalan, not only Andalusian, not only from Scotland, an European dimension. So that's why I think it's particularly important to have the European Commission taking part of today's event. Before ending this opening remarks, let me apologize myself for not being able to share with you this suggesting debate. Well, you have with you the General Director of Tourism and the Director of the Catalan Touristic Board, so you are more than well represented by the Catalan government. But let me thank you as well, everyone who came to Barcelona, to Catalonia, to attend this conference. Thank you to Next Tour and all the team of Next Tour and the Catalan Touristic Board to organize this event. That wouldn't be possible with the work of many people who did their best to organize this conference. I wish you, as Yolanda said before, a very fruitful conference today. And also, I was going to say, with the permission of the councillor of the City Council of Barcelona, but he's not here yet. But with his permission, some spare time to enjoy the city of Barcelona, in what is actually one of the most exciting periods of the year, because we are celebrating, as Barcelonians, our greatest festivity this weekend. So hopefully you will have a fruitful and enriching debate, and also you will have time to enjoy Barcelona, which is having one of the best weekends ever. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies, secretari. Thank you for your words and your welcome speech. We would, we're now very honored, to introduce you to Anna Pollock, founder of Conscious Travel, who is for the very first time in Barcelona, especially for our event. Anna's current focus is the development of a movement called Conscious Travel, a viable alternative to mass industrialized tourism. She is an independent strategist, changemaker, international speaker, business developer, coach, and author, committed to help the travel, tourism, and hospitality sector become a force of regeneration and healing. Her passion is to help create positive workplace cultures that foster curiosity, creativity, and collaboration. And her mantra is winning by sharing, which happens to be our objective today as well. She will talk about the values behind regenerative tourism. When you're ready, Anna. Thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor.
Well, buen dia, everyone, and thank you very much for enabling me to come for my first visit to Barcelona. The only reason as an Englishwoman that I haven't been here before is that I spent most of my career outside of England and outside of Europe. So this was really a fascinating opportunity for me in that regard. So I have 30 minutes to talk about the biggest change in human history. Challenge, as you can probably imagine, but I have 2 timers here, and I've promised to keep it to 30 minutes. So I'm going to go through things very quickly. I'm giving the organizers the background papers that we will share with all of you. So this is going to be a rapid series of headlines in order to create a storyline, if you like. So I hope this works for you. But let's start off with where we are, and that's right in the middle of a change from a dying system to a new one that's being born. And we are on the front line. If you're born at this time in history, you're here to play a role in helping that new way of being to emerge. Nothing serious. Let's go have coffee. So I'm going to give you the 4 key points of my story at the beginning, not at the end. A, that gives you a roadmap. B, it makes sure that if I go over time and have to stop, then you've already got it, okay? So very quickly, we've known about the need for this kind of fundamental change in our relationship with planet Earth now for well over 30, 40 years. And we've used up that time to sort of delay and prevaricate. Now we're running out of time for incremental change. It's systems change or nothing. Secondly, and the most exciting thing, is that even though I would argue tourism has lagged behind other sectors in understanding this, we actually have, by our very nature, a unique role and responsibility to help that new to emerge. But in order to do so, we're going to have to break out of our silos. Look at all of you, you're in tourism. We're going to have to start inviting in or attending the meetings of other sectors as well. Because meaningful change will only occur when we reframe our understanding of who we are. We are not an industry running on mechanical principles, vertically integrated, and all the rest of it. We're a messy, fuzzy, living network, a network system. And when we understand that, we will then redefine success very differently. We'll redefine it the way that success is throughout the natural world. So I was delighted to hear some of the words from Mr. Model from the Catalonia business to the effect that you are already, and it's happening through next tour, moving from just growth in numbers to growth in quality to making a contribution to well-being. And that's why we're here. Now, I'm not going to go through this slide either in detail. Suffice to say that if you really want to understand what is success, then we need to look at the natural world. It's basically been doing it for 3.8 billion years, evolving into ever more complex and more beautiful systems all around us. And we can apply all of the principles that nature has used to do just that, to enable us to be here this morning, into how we do tourism. So this is the key message. I've been doing this now for 10 years, and it's therefore, as a result, really exciting to listen to the language being used here this morning. More change has happened in the last couple of years, perhaps due to COVID, than in the previous, the previous 10 or so on. I wouldn't call myself the source of regenerative tourism. All I've tried to do over the years is to apply some of the thinking that's happening outside of tourism, as it were, into our sector. And I started off with this paper on could we change our operating model. I did that back in 2012. So I'm surprised myself because actually it's better writing than I do now. So I've shared that with the organizers. More recently, I got a chance to speak to the CEOs of the European Travel Commission back in 2019. And by that time, I'd not only been looking at what is the nature of this paradigm shift we now talk about, but what were the reasons why tourism was inevitably going to have to change. We could see that even though we were enjoying phenomenal rates of growth, those were the years of over-tourism, not under-tourism, of course, there were some serious flaws within our system that were perhaps going to cause us to be very vulnerable. So I opened my presentation with a great deal of trepidation, I might add, with the phrase global tourism as currently practiced is underperforming, highly vulnerable, and heading towards a breakdown. Now, I'm no seer, I'm no shaman, I'm no witch. I had no idea what was going to happen, but very much what happened was, even though we began to talk about regeneration as a maturation of sustainability, this pesky little microbe got in the way and did more in a matter of weeks to demonstrate our vulnerability than any number of PowerPoint presentations ever could do. So here we are at the beginning of 2000, or the end of 2000, beginning of 2020, I should say, literally pulled to our knees, as it were, and we lost all the growth that we had achieved since the 1990s in a matter of weeks. And that was very sobering. It's also sobering to look at that chart on the left showing our fall with the chart on the right, which is the shape of the emissions loss that we really still need to be focusing on. So all that resulted in a lot of what I call really good intentions. We see articles like this that were coming out of Forbes, reading things like the statements that they made that we never were a sustainable industry. Okay, yes, that's probably true, but you hadn't mentioned that before. To build back better, the whole idea of doing things very differently. And in that period, there was a lot of talk. That was an ideal time, if you like, to raise the concept of regeneration again. And I noticed that particularly the travel press seized upon it, because let's face it, we know that we've got to do things different, but how different? What does that look like? Where do we start? All of those questions are buzzing around in our heads, and I'm sure many of you were having headaches, not just from COVID, but from thinking just about that. So, and it was as if for a time there that regeneration became the magic pill that was going to cure everything. And we had headlines like this: move over sustainable travel, regenerative travel has arrived. Don't you love how we can create these sort of headlines? And the thing that I was worried about is that in the course of the exchange of ideas over the next 2 years, the potency and power of this concept of regeneration was systematically diluted in a way. It was made easier to swallow, perhaps because if you really think of what the shift from an industrial way of thinking and being means to go to a fully ecological, natural way of being on this planet, the implications are vast. And so what I saw was a tendency to, in a sense, unload the responsibility for behaving differently, not on ourselves for changing policies or changing everyday actions, but on the traveler. And this became really clear to me recently when I came across an article put out by in this case it came from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm not quite sure why it came from them, but anyway, it's a long piece. There's some very, very good material in it. I've provided you with the link. But what worries me is that it basically reinforced this idea, and it's just recently as May 2022, that regenerative tourism is a sustainable way of traveling and discovering new places. Its main goal is for visitors to have a positive impact on their holiday destination, meaning they leave it in a better condition than how they found it, which is partially true. But how is a traveler just trying to have a nice couple of days in Barcelona, like me and my partner this weekend, expected to change the place as a result of being here? What it is a sign of when industry feels uncomfortable, they unload the responsibility entirely back on the consumer. And we've seen that with the fossil fuel industry that has put all the attention on our personal carbon budget, but hasn't stopped asking for major global subsidies, haven't stopped asking to drill, hasn't stopped enjoying the profits right now that they're enjoying. So in the meantime, what's been happening? Well, unfortunately, the wicked problems that we had to face, whether it's climate change, biodiversity loss, and all the impact of that, floods, famines, droughts, storms, etc., were getting worse every single year. Risks have been escalating. The focus now, because of so many disasters, is constantly on resilience and the notion that we have to overcome this and bounce back to normal. That also worries me. Just to give you an example, again, I'm not going to go into the detail, but I want you to have a real deep understanding that the problem is immediate and it's very severe. And the volume of concern is getting almost unavoidable. But in tourism, we still tend to stay within our own boundaries. But this is the global assessment report on disasters, and they are not mincing their words anymore. This is a formal global institutional report that says we're on a spiral of self-destruction. They talk about the number of hazards and disasters that are going to increase year on year. That is going to have an enormous impact on our ability to move people. The scientists involved in climate change in their IPCC reports are getting desperate. Some of them are gluing themselves to pavements. But they're trying to, again, raise even though the sun is shining and it looks pretty cool outside, climate change is severe and we're running out of time. And then you've got the guys that work in biodiversity and a separate COP agreement on biodiversity, which, by the way, makes no sense because biodiversity and climate change are totally independent. They're talking about a dangerous decline, unprecedented species loss, et cetera, et cetera. So I've got my doom and gloom stuff out of the way, all right? Except that I cannot stand up here and suggest it isn't happening and we have to respond to this. At the same time, there's a degree of confusion and fragmentation because so many people understandably want to make a difference, want to contribute. There are so many different ideas going out, so many papers, so many courses, so much so that I almost wanted to stop completely. We've gone from the triple bottom line, which was dominant in the, let's say, the 70s and 80s. The author of that, John Elkington, recently recanted, said it doesn't work. Then we went to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, where you can pick a mix, like going to the candy store, and pick a particular SDG that you like and work on that. And it's no wonder that most of the tourism folks pick the economic growth one. The circular economy, fantastic work coming out of Ellen MacArthur Foundation and others. We've got the need to live, meet our social, environmental needs within planetary boundaries. That's donut economics and the Stockholm Resilience Institute. Again, excellent work, but not necessarily fully embraced or understood by the tourism sector. What I have seen, and until today, a tendency to cherry pick bits of this regenerative message and make them, new initiatives. So if you're going to do a tourism strategy now, it has to be community-based, right? Well, surely it has to be community-based, but I would say it really should be community-shaped. Now, I'm not saying any of this work is not important and should stop. No, I'm not. I'm just asking you to have a bigger frame. The latest one is to have nature-based solutions, again, as if you can draw a box around a particular set of solutions, and they are either nature-based or they are not. So we still are not calling on the root cause. We're not getting to the fundamental cause, which I've already alluded to, but what is framing our way of seeing things? And you've all heard this quote from Albert Einstein. Listening to it, putting it up on PowerPoint presentations, reading it is one thing. Living this quote of changing our frame, our way of thinking, is completely another. Because the root cause is that we're just not understanding who we are on this planet as human beings, our relationship with the natural world, because we are nature, and acting accordingly. So the root cause is a crisis in perception. And to me, it's this quote. If you want to take a picture of anything, take a quick picture of this. Because what Gregory Bateson said at the time is really true. The major problem is we're not thinking the way we should be because we're nature. We don't understand the difference between how we think and act and how nature does it. So I was incredibly inspired last night to attend the night show at the Sagrada Familia with a wonderful guide, by the way, talking about the person right here in the community of Barcelona, and that's Antoni Gaudi. I would say he had to be one of the first regenerative architects. Is it a surprise then that right now interest in his work is going up? So you're in a sense, you're right have a wonderful opportunity here in Catalan to be a proponent of his work. There are 4 shifts, and again, going through them really fast, that are forcing you in this direction. So you don't really actually have any choice. What I'm suggesting is you need to now dig in deeper and start to understand what this really means. Because science is changing. Here are some of the shakers. It's happening from quantum physics to neuroscience to biomimicry and living systems understanding. Begin to understand what some of these sources are talking about. It's not that difficult. It's all being made very accessible today. But it's going to change fundamentally how you think about tourism in the future. They're all saying the same thing. We're not separate parts of a dead machine floating around in a dead, purposeless cosmos. We're now part of an integral part of a living system. All of it is alive and changing and dynamic. So we need to now ask, how would nature do this? And what's beautiful is it's becoming much easier to understand exactly how nature would do this. We're changing then that operating model that I was writing about 12 years ago from an industrial machine-like model where we take visitors and put them on a conveyor belt through our destinations and extract wealth from them and send them home happy and ideally healthy. We're changing from that form of model to an ecological living model. And this is what we were doing when we worked together in Flanders. I never used the word regeneration, did I, Vincent? I used only how can we become a flourishing destination? Because then we can ask the question, what does it mean for each person, each community in this place to actually flourish? So we're moving from doing and having and wealth to flourishing and wealth spelt differently, W-E-L-L-T-H. So that's abundance. Consumer values are changing. And again, there are links in the report, in the documents, to the work that's going on as to how we as human beings are also changing because, frankly, we're maturing and we're being forced to mature and grow up very quickly. And as we do, what we value changes. So we have this emergence now, you've read, I'm sure, of the purpose economy or the meaningful economy. That's what we're looking for. is a sense of, why are we here? What are we here to do? Who am I? How do I get meaning from this? And we're wanting to play a very different role. A few years ago, when I started out in business and tourism, we talked about the passive consumer. And now those passive consumers want to be active individuals. They don't want to be manipulated and pushed around. You know when you're being conned now. That wasn't the case before. We want to participate. We want to get involved in our future, and not just personally, but at the community level. We want to become enablers of solutions, not just receive it from on high. So this is a fundamental change, and at the bottom, increasingly, we don't trust people from up there. In my country, anyway, we've completely lost our trust in politicians, but I won't talk about that too much. But you're going to understand why I'm coming from. But what we are beginning to trust is each other, and that's very important. So this is all having a huge impact on how we think about business. And again, I'm not going into the detail, but people like Marjorie Kelly said something so important. You don't start with a corporation asking how to redesign it. You start with life, with human life. A corporation is made up of living human beings, and you ask, what do we do to generate the conditions for life's flourishing? In a more business-like way, Paul Polman, chairman of Unilever, former chairman, has done the same in his book called Net Positive. And if you're very business-minded, want to understand what this means for the large company, public or private, that is a very good book to start right now. So this is what change looks like on the outside. Some of you have seen this diagram before, but there is a very definite trajectory happening at the moment from conventional business, which extracted. We took things out of the earth, we made things with them, we sold them, and then we discarded and threw them away. That is a very degenerative model based on very much mechanistic thinking, reductionist thinking, that focused on the parts, not the whole. Then gradually we moved into becoming, quote, green. Everything sort of took on this color. And then the word sustainable, I would say, is now firmly in our lexicon. The biggest challenge with that word is you have to sustain something. So if you're going to talk about sustainability and think about sustaining the status quo or the way we're doing things, you've got a problem because you're contradicting yourself. If you're talking about sustaining life on this planet, then we've got an opportunity. But it's because of that ambiguity, sustainability has taken so long to get going. Because of this, the recognition that sustainability on its own doesn't cut it, we're now moving into how do we repair or restore some of the damage we've done, and then the next step beyond that is regenerative. But I'd like to present that diagram in a slightly different way, talking about change on the inside, because at every step along there was a change in mindset, in paradigm, in framing. Oops, went too far. From the notion of doing, extracting, regardless of the consequences, to doing less harm. That really was sustainability. And then now we realize that we need to put something back in, so that's the doing good bit. And now we're asking our visitors to do good and put something back before they leave. This is where Net Positive is coming from. It's moving towards the right, to the idea of regeneration. But what doesn't show on the previous diagram, this one, is this pink square in the middle. I'm not great at graphics, by the way. This is all homemade stuff. But that pink is the chasm of changing your mind. That's the paradigm shift. That's the change in perception and understanding. That's when every action you take, you say, would nature do it this way? Am I doing this the way I've been taught? Do I believe in what I've been taught? How do I question the assumptions that I'm taking? And then when we've done that, we then move into this idea, or we're then capable of moving into becoming a partner with the natural world, because we're now working with nature, not on nature. We're not fixing her as a problem, okay? We don't have to solve nature. We have to heal ourselves, okay? So there we go, and regeneration comes along, and I prefer the word revitalize, not regenerate, because you all understand what revitalize means. It's almost instant. It's when you go from low energy, low motivation, sort of ill health, sluggishness, to woo, you know, I'm full of fire, I'm full of ideas, everything's flowing, you know the difference. And that's what regeneration is really all about. If you want a more academic way of thinking about it, in addition to partnering with nature, what you're trying to do is, oh, thank you so much. I didn't want to pour any water. You want to partner with nature to create the fertile conditions for life to thrive, flourish, and evolve. But you can't do that unless you live by nature's rules herself. And that's what we're really going to have to focus on. On a big scale, the real focus of global policy and national and regional policy is going to be on the idea of health. Mental health is a problem. Mental illness is becoming an epidemic. Physical health is a problem. Non-communicable diseases, pandemics, etc., are on the increase. Our emotional health, our sense of personal well-being, our personal sense of vitality, as well as obviously environmental health. They're all coming together under one sort of umbrella, if you like. And this notion of vitality and health is being considered by all of these other sectors. So the big question mark in the bottom right is, what are we doing in hospitality and tourism? Okay, this is where it gets really, really exciting. You want purpose? You want meaning? Ask yourself, what business are we in? We're fundamentally in the revitalization business. Because if you look at the word hospitality, recreation, they all are very, very similar. They're about taking something that is broken, that is not working together, and making it whole and healthy. I now also, to make myself honest and grounded in this business, because I'm a bit up here, I run a B&B. And the most beautiful part of running a B&B is on Friday night we get all these broken, tired, worn, irritable people, partly irritable because it takes a long time to find our beautiful place, and they leave completely different. And we've got pictures to show, okay? They leave full of happiness, they leave full of, because they've been in the country, they've been eating nutritious food, they've been walking. It's not necessarily the fact that we're just fantastic hosts, but it's also, but what I'm trying to say is at the fundamental nature of a hotelier, that's the business you're in. You're also in the business of bringing people together, of connecting. I mean, the most exciting thing that happens is when you get a group of people from another place, in a place, sitting around a table, eating and sharing experiences, and how they get to know each other. We want to bond. We saw that last week in England along those queues where people were walking for 11 hours just to walk past a very beautiful box that contained the body of a very amazing person. But in that walking, they were transformed, because they found they had so much in common with people they probably thought were not their type when they started. You know what it's like, oh, they won't be very interesting, but they all proved to connect and bond. So can you imagine that that's what our industry, real business, actually does? I've got 3 minutes and 21 seconds left, so just so you know. So can you see this? Because to me, if we can tap into that, the power of our hosting, then we can find the way forward. Now, in 30 minutes, I can't go into detail about the how. I've spent most of the last 10 years getting people to want to do something. Where we're at now, and where I'm hoping that this organization, Next Tour, led perhaps by Catalonia, because you already have grasped the wellness idea, the well-being idea, you've got Flanders as members, and you've embraced the flourishing idea. Together can start, as was said earlier, and take a leadership role. But to do that, you're going to have to, I would respect, really come together and share your findings, your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, to understand what are life's principles and patterns, and how can we apply them in the tourism sector. We've already, at the center of this, life does not have the purpose of just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There are no straight lines in nature. There's no one species that can dominate all the others forever. And we're finding that out as a species right now. Unless we do what every other integrated, healthy life form does, and worry about contributing to the health and well-being of the rest of life, the context in which we work, then we don't have a future. So our purpose and role has to change. And that's why the shift from pure volume growth to the idea of well-being and health is such an important one. You've just barely started down that path. Then there are other principles. For example, everything has to be place-based. It has to be place-shaped. What we can do in regeneration is to take these global principles, nature's principles that work for cells and organs and forests and galaxies, and apply them to a region, not even a tourism region, a community of people. We can learn to apply these principles at that level. And why is that important? Because every place is different. And we want every place to be different. Then there's a reason for people to travel. But every place is different. But the only people that can tell you what this place is about and have a sense of what it wants to become are the people living in it. So again, I love the idea of focusing on making a place good for the residents, because the rest will take care of itself. But that doesn't mean you go in and tell them what to do. And I'm not suggesting you do that, but some places, tourism is still trying to frame the message. We have to learn to shut up and listen. Really develop our listening skills to find out what people really want. If they don't want tourism, so be it. Don't force them, because they'll make crap hosts. Right, thank you. I didn't know about the alarm coming off, but that's all right. Because what I'm saying is the work we're doing now and the work we'd love to do with you is to explore what these principles are. And there are many people out there far further along with this than I am. Right in your region, you have Daniel Wall living. He's on Mallorca. Nani's from Mallorca. He's doing great things there. But again, we can work with people right in our midst. So the final slide really is that if you can think holistically about these 6 elements, changing your perspective and learning about those principles is vital. And you may take a few weeks or months to just even get your heads around some of them. But would you please commit to doing that? Would you then, because then you're able to talk to the folks that need to hear what you have to say. So I'm just at the end of my time. I'll leave it there. You're perfectly capable of reading. You're going to get the slides. And I just want to end by saying I'm so excited for next tour and for this region, particularly because you've got Gaudi in your midst, to really run with this idea. Just don't trivialize it. It's not easy, but it is so powerful, and it has the power to completely change things in a very short period of time, and that's all we've got. So thank you very much. That's all I have, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. That was very inspirational. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us and those tips to change our way of thinking and flourish as a community. Unfortunately, we only had 30 minutes for you, but I think everybody would agree that we would have listened to you for hours. Good news. The translation is working again. So during the coffee break, in a few minutes, you'll be able to fetch your devices. Espero que els que no parleu anglès o no enteneu tan bé l'anglès hàgiu pogut seguir bé la conferència fins ara.
Hopefully people not understanding English have been able to follow the presentation, but be it as it may, simultaneous interpreting will be available for you after the coffee break. Thank you very much for your patience.
Let's now receive on stage Mrs. Marta Domènech, General Director of Tourism of the Government of Catalonia, our host, and the driving force behind the new mission of Catalonia, that is, contributing to the well-being of the community through the values of tourism. When you're ready.
Thank you, Anna, for this 30 minutes masterclass about conscious travel. You really shake our minds, our fundamentals, and it was really interesting, the concept of trying to change to the happiness industry, to the revitalizing and recreation industry. We will try to do our best from Catalonia to contribute to the system. So this is really our main purpose. So thank you for your words. Molt bon dia a tothom, a tots, a totes. Gràcies per estar aquí, gràcies per participar.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here, for taking part and contributing with your presence and with your work on a daily basis in these discussions and from now on.
Thank to all our friends from next door that have traveled from the different regions of Europe to participate to this event. Gràcies, Xavier Mercè, per acompanyar-nos avui, regidor de Turisme de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona. Gràcies.
Thank you very much, the Tourism City Councillor of Barcelona, Mr. Huguet, and thank you to all the people from next door and the Catalan Tourism Bureau.
All of us are on the same boat, sailing together towards the same horizon, which is to make a better tourism, a tourism that takes care for its impact and looks for delivering well-being to its community. It feels really good to see you here, all of you in Barcelona, joining forces together as we are used to do. This day would not exist without the speakers, and let me grade them as well. Thank you for joining us in Barcelona and for your availability to share with us your experiences, your visions, and your reflections. It is an honor to count with your presence today here in La Pedrera. Thank you as well to all my local participants, our Catalan stakeholders, destinations, enterprises. It means a lot for me that you show so much interest on the topic of today. With your presence, you are demonstrating your interest, your commitment, and your willingness to drive this change all together. L'estiu de l'any passat, mentre batallàvem per
In summer last year, we were trying to overcome the pandemic, and as the Catalan government, we were working on designing the roadmap to transform our tourism sector so that we could develop a much more sustainable and competitive model. We needed to go back to the activity of this sector, but at the same time, we had very clear in mind that we did not have to go back to business as usual, where we had stopped in March 2020. To achieve that, it was indispensable to have a social and economic agreement, a great consensus among economic players, political ones and social ones, to agree on the tourism model that we want so that we can guarantee that the visitors' economy will keep contributing with well-being for the future generations in this enormously changing world, a world that was dealing with a health emergency and a world that has to deal with an environmental, economic, energy emergency and a war and a social emergency. So we need to deeply reflect and be committed as a country so that there was no shade of a doubt that tourism, after all, is part and parcel of the solution. And that's why we believed that we needed a facilitator who would tackle the needs of the sector to respond to the questions that we were being asked by the situation itself. And that's why we were in touch with Dr. José Antonio Donaire to work together with all the social and economic players of the country. We had very clear in mind that we had to listen to all the voices, not so much to find a basic minimum, but to build a proposal, a guideline, a path to walk together. And that's how it all started, to build this national commitment for responsible tourism that has been mentioned by the Secretary, allowing us to build the future and for it to be the conceptual core of the future tools that we need to plan and regulate that are so much needed. Strategic plans and marketing plans of tourism in Catalonia, plus a new tourism law. In recent months, Dr. Donaire has met with more than 100 individuals and entities. We have mapped our tourism ecosystem and we are building this paper that we're talking about that will be full of proposals made by all the involved players. Proposals that are fully aligned with the 4 transformations that were mentioned by the Secretary at the beginning of his speech, that make up our plan as a government: democratic transformation, social and economic transformation, the green transformation, and the feminist one. Proposals up to the challenge that we face, proposals in the field of green transformation, trying to get the provisional resident green footprint closer to the resident, and we want to decarbonize our mobility as much as possible. And different social proposals. We see tourism as an activity that is fully universal, and we see the value of diversity as the main guiding principle. We want to offer top quality tourism so that we can give the right prestige to the visitors' economy. We also include territorial proposals to repair our landscape and to strengthen the identity as a unique element of our tourism experience. And finally, of course, proposals in terms of tourism strategy and model. And of course, there are very complex questions to be answered. Maybe we have to define whether the distance of markets should be linked to the length of the stay, which is the room for technological innovation in terms of personal data. How far can we go and still be ethical? Can we still check only the number of visitors that we receive? Do we have to include quality as a metrics in our assessment? What's the role to be played by the territory beyond the seashore in terms of visitors? Let's talk about the value of tourism. We are currently discussing these matters to find a consensus regarding these interventions. I would like to thank everyone here, organizations, entities, political parties and professional organizations that have been committed and have been involved to contribute to the legacy of the new country and tourism model that we want. So thanks to all of them, we have achieved quite a lot of agreement on most of the proposals that we have made, at about 94%. In the coming weeks, we still have pending issues and we will have to reach an agreement with the little percentage that is still not there. But of course, we do have a fertile ground because the sector has worked very well. And of course, as the Tourism Bureau of Catalonia, we have been working for a long time to promote responsible tourism products that are environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive and universally accessible. An example would be the Grand Tour project in Catalonia, a proposal of a pathway that goes round Catalonia and allows you to discover the enormous diversity of products that we have here in Catalonia. It's a discovery of the different layers of reality that make up a global experience for the visitor. A holistic, sense-based visit that includes territory, landscapes, and cultural heritage. We include a musical tour, which is the perfect soundtrack for this pathway, and also smell is included, fragrances, and also taste. And precisely regarding the taste issue, and in our strategic plan for gastronomy and wine tourism, I would like to especially mention the gastronomy tourism strategy that we are promoting as the Catalan Tourism Bureau. We believe that this belongs to the change of paradigm and tourism model that we want for Catalonia.
Our inspirational keynote speaker, Anna Pollock, has driven us through the concept of regenerative tourism, which for her is about a revitalizing tourism and tourism that creates life. Because it does not only prevent a negative impact in the territory, it also generates direct benefit in other areas, simulating a global positive balance in the territory where it takes place. In this way, the cultural tourism we promote generates life to the extent that it allows us to strengthen our culture industries while neutralizing possible negatives, externalities. And in this way, by improving the experience of the temporary residents, it also improves the well-being of the whole community. MICE tourism is a great generator of life when it puts our industries, our researchers, our sciences, and our academia on the worldwide showcase. It positions us as a territory of excellence in these various fields, and it's capable of attracting projects, investments, and very important, talent, while enabling us to become leaders in areas related to mobile technology, video gaming, or audiovisual contents productions, for example. Gastronomy and wine tourism generates a lot of life when each means and spends 3.5 times more than the average visitor to our destination. It's not that they spend 3.5 times more on accommodation, on transport, or on guide services. This surplus value is generated in the consumption of products with high added value for the territory, since they benefit directly to the producer and the distributors, then generates life. In the activity deployed within our plan of gastronomy and wine tourism is able to retain projects, businesses, and talent in our rural regions. This helps us retain life in these territories and make it possible to build a more balanced and fair countries, because a better country to live in, it's a better country to be visited. Because this is what regenerative tourism is all about. It's about the ability of generate life, and precisely because this capacity is directly related to the female gender. Allow me to also make a special mention to the fourth axis of transformation of our government plan, the axis of the feminist transformation. We claim the role of the woman in this commitment towards regenerative tourism, the woman as a generator of value, to the extent that women gain a greater weight in the sector. This evolution towards a tourism that is regenerative, it will be even simpler and more natural. El turisme català aspira a ser la solució.
Catalan tourism aims to be the solution and not the problem. The response of the sector to social challenges, to environmental challenges, and the contemporary economic challenges will only be possible if we attract talent, capital, and ideas, so that tourism becomes a key sector in our new country model, a sector that will be a benchmark throughout Catalonia, because for many, many years we have been working properly. But now we need to take a step forward, a huge step forward to achieve, to work together with the whole of the Catalan society. Tourism should not be understood as incivic, as gentrifying, or as a loss of identity. It has to be regarded as a lever, as an ally, not only to generate wealth, but above all to offer our citizens progress, well-being, and a fantastic quality of life. We want happy communities, because they they support, they preserve the identity of the place. Tourism should live in absolute harmony with the territory, and to do that we need to be aware of our boundaries, and that's why we are working on the transformation of the tourism model. We need an ambitious plan to offer a value-based proposal that projects us as a destination, but that it also adds value to the life of our residents, and it allows for local development. Therefore, together with all of you, we need to make it possible. Without courage, without effort and optimism, it's very difficult to advance. We need to be authentic. We should not look away from our identity, but we have a clear will. We need collective visions, not individual ones. We need to look up, and we should aim high, much higher than the individual level. And no one should be left behind, and always based on consensus. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much for all of you to explain us all your cases and try to have us a better place to live, that it will be a better place to visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Domènech, for such a warm welcome and your contagious energy and strength. What about a coffee break so that you can unwind and relax for a while? It will be about 20 minutes, so let's say we meet again in the room at 11:20. Please don't be late. We have a very tight program, which is going to be very interesting, so we need you here at 11:20. And don't forget your translation devices. They're already available and working. See you in a while. Thank you. I would now like to introduce you to the panel sessions. To this end, I kindly ask Mr. Ulf Sonntag, Managing Director at the Institute for Tourism Research in Northern Europe, to join me on stage, as he is going to be the moderator of all the panel sessions. So, could you give us a heads up regarding the panel sessions and discussions, and explain about your own involvement in the project and in this movement?
Be back in Barcelona, be back here in person. I have been involved in a couple of other big conferences that were done in this context of Next Tour and the Catalan Tourist Board. And it has always been a pleasure, and I really missed something in these COVID years when we were not able to do this in person, because I really strongly believe this kind of stuff, the exchange, getting the inspiration, at least for me personally, it doesn't work so well online. Online is very effective, but I think when it comes to creativity, and I mean, we heard from Anna about all the challenges that we are facing. I mean, I think we all know, but it's always good to get this wake up. It's not really a call, I think it was a shake, so that we discuss and see what we do. I will be the moderator of the panels. I agreed that I will be the moderator of all three panels, so in the end you can judge if that was a good idea. And I will not be like the textbook moderator, so I will not be neutral, because our involvement in Next Tour, our involvement in sustainable tourism projects is, I think, a strong one. And I mean, maybe a little bit we are here all in one bubble, where we tell us things that we maybe already know and that we like to hear. But I think also we can inspire each other with what we're doing when we encounter the people that we have to convince at home or at what level ever. So yeah, as I said, there has been already good collaboration in the past, and I really enjoy this north-south thing. Especially I was doing it a lot with Sandra from the Catalan Tourist Board, but I know all her team is in the back and doing everything. And I think we have put up a really great program in this, like following this legacy of the Barcelona Declaration, which we discussed 4 years ago. And as Anna said, things have not become easier in these 4 years. So we had or still have the COVID pandemic. We have the multiple crises, basically wherever you look. And we have increased our ambition on what we want tourism to be. And I think this is the challenge that we want today. But on the other hand, what I really liked also about Anna's shake was to see on the other hand the power of travel. Because I think if we only see, let's say, the crisis we are facing and see tourism as only a part of the problem, then there was no purpose to be here. Then we said we should lower tourism and see as little as possible. But that's not the plan. So we have 3 panels. One will be about strategy. It's the first one, which means you need to have a good plan to get somebody going. Second is about governance. That is more about getting it going and who are the people you need to get it going. And then it's marketing, which is about how to communicate, actually, and not so much about selling. So I think there will be a very interesting discussion about, I think also these new ways of marketing. I'm really proud of this program that the Catalan Tourist Board has put together, because I think it will tell a really great story from the start. So from the greeting words from the political level, to Anna, to Marta, I think to the panels, we will see, hopefully, that it very nicely interlinks. And I think we are very diverse, and this is also something I'm proud of to be part of this, because when we started setting up or thinking who could we invite in the panels, we had, first panel was male only. We said, we cannot do that, it's 2022, and we need a better mix. And I think now in the end we have a really great mix of women and men, of old and young, of near and far, of, let's say, local examples, global examples, high-tech, low-tech, you name it. And the way the panels should work is we have cases which should inspire, and then we have people reflecting on the cases from a specific perspective. And at the start of each panel we have a short teaser where we get the Catalan perspective, because the Catalan Tourist Board organizes this with a purpose. And we heard where you are, and you have gone a long way, but still I think you can also use this inspiration of the panels, and this is to, I think, get us in the right mindset. And also with the examples and the people who sit here on the panel, we have this mix of external and sometimes contrasting. So for instance, we have the Greenland example, which is really another kind of destination than Catalonia, obviously. But I think also this contrast will make an interesting mix. And also, let's say, the mix between public and private will be interesting. I'm almost done with the introduction. We will focus on different things because I think they help us later on thinking strategically, that we think for the decision factors behind the strategy, the values, the common values that we want to transport, the tools that are necessary and how to engage everybody necessary to engage. And then the last thing before I stop is you always see the Slido there. So if you want me to consider any questions that you have, we hope this works, but try to place the questions there and I try to include them in the discussion. And what we will see in the end, and what you will see when we, after the cases, we have a visual facilitator who tries to sum up visually what we're discussing. And in the end, that will also be the, like say, the summary and the starting point for the call for commitment with which we want to end the event today. So you can say hi to Dauphine, yeah? Yeah, that's the story. And now it's your job again to present the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this great introduction to the panels. And yes, I remind you again of the use of the Slido and event hashtags on the screen. So, the well-being of the host community, the new mission of the tourism strategies. For this panel, we would like to welcome on stage Mr. Vincent Ness, Chief Strategist of Visit Flanders, Mr. Jaume Marta, Head of Sustainable Tourism of Visit Valencia, and Mrs. Maria José Pujol Rojo, Director of Inut Hostel, who will expose their cases. And Mr. Tim Fairhurst, Secretary General of the European Tourism Association. And Mrs. Gisela Torrens, environmentalist and activist, who will discuss the cases. So I leave you in charge, Ulf. You have a great session.
Now it's me again. We have this great script on what we're supposed to do minute by minute. I try to speak slow. And the next point is we have Blanca Cross from the Catalan Tourist Board who will give us the Catalan view or the Catalan input on what we should discuss. The teaser. Thank you.
So thank you all. Thank you everybody for being here today. I think from our region, Catalonia, we are really facing a strong and challenging commitment. How are we going to contribute for the well-being of the community? We are developing a new tourism law. We are developing a new strategic plan and even a marketing plan, including residents, including business, and also climate action. Today, we want to take advantage that you are here today with us and to learn from you, to know more which strategies are you developing, which transformative components and key values are you using to address your strategies. So really thank you very much, and we look forward to learn from your exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blanca. So now it's Vincent, it's your job to give us the first interesting case. And you heard already Anna reflecting on it, that there is also a connection of working together. So yeah, I think it's one of the nice examples how everything interlinks today.
Thank you very much, Ulf. So I can walk around? Yes, I don't need to use that mic. Very good. I'll try to be very much to the point, because what I think we need is that we get inspired all together what we can actually concretely do. So I think my presentation fits in panel 1 or panel 2, because I'll be talking about vision and strategy, which is rather high level, but I definitely finish by saying what we are doing in practice. So that's my aim. What I also learned by giving this kind of presentation is that I have to give you a bit of a framework, what it is about, and some key elements. So what did we do? And I'm really happy I can follow the wonderful presentation of the wonderful Anna Pollock, because she was heavily involved in what we did. We took time in 2017 already, more than 1.5 years, to take a step back and together with the sector, not top-down as a government, we as a DMO, together with them, to create a new vision on the future. And I don't have to explain why. I think Anna's introduction was very clear why it was necessary also at that time. The new vision is called Travel to Tomorrow. It's value-driven, I will explain. The objective in the vision is flourishing destinations, which Anna also mentioned already. And I don't know who of you studied Latin. Have you studied Latin, some of you? Yes, Flora et Labora is the name of our strategy, and that's very bad Latin. It comes from ora et labora in the monasteries where the monks were like praying and working. We are like working on flourishing destinations. And what is it then? This vision is like emphasizing, or we try to emphasize, the positive power of tourism. It does make sense to avoid what is going negative or what is the negative impact, but we truly believe that if you go for maximizing the positive impact, that you get much further. So what we used to do as government was look for more return on investment like the industry is doing. We invested in the sector and we wanted return, economic return. So we moved to a bigger scope, which is general, much more added value on much more things than just the economic pillar. But the economic remains important. And this is what we then called, and this is thanks to the input of great visionary leaders like Anna working with us, we call this Flourishing Flanders. And what is it? We symbolize this in a tree, a linden tree, And in our tree, we put our residents, our visitors, our entrepreneurs, and the places itself. And what we want to do is to create a better balance, to create like the mental context that everybody who is in this living system, because that's what it is conscious of the impact on the others and then acts accordingly. So because of that, tourism becomes not just the end. That used to be our strategy. Like many of you used to have a strategy to have more visitors, and then tourism becomes full stop. This is your goal, more tourists. Now tourism is a positive driver for a higher end, being flourishing destinations. And in one line it goes like, let's read it together, that we want to strengthen the role of tourism as this positive force to ensure that Flanders can flourish. And then this is what our minister added, to be an innovative, inspiring and qualitative travel destination. And then it comes for the benefit of the inhabitants, the visitors, the entrepreneurs and the places in Flanders. So for the first time, the policy note of the minister embraces this more holistic view on tourism, including inhabitants, and give them also a role. There is, and this is the last slide about the strategy, there's 5 principles where there's a lot of values behind. The first principle is act according to this vision, to create this better balance between the 4 players in the tree. We also, and I heard Anna also talk about it, we really focus on how we can create wonderful, positive, impactful connections between people, visitors and places, and with meaningful activities. So it's a framework that helps us in making choices in what we do to maximize these positive connections. Do it in a participative way, not only creating the vision, but also in the role we take up. Not top-down government, no, we want to listen, which I also remembered from Anna's presentation, and do together. Qualitative, innovative and creative, and knowledge-based and strategy-based are the 2 last principles, but of course they are kind of old school. That remains important. Getting more concrete, we focus on 6 themes. No time to explain all of them, but you can imagine something about heritage in Flanders, like Flemish masters, nature, culinary, cycling. We're kind of known for cycling. Social tourism and MICE, let's say. So what we did is we created a framework, what helps us to know, what is a flourishing resident? What is a flourishing entrepreneur? How can we put it into different concrete pieces that helps us then decide what specific strategy we need for these teams. So we created these team strategies and used this an added value assessment, which was based on this framework that helped us think, if we make this choice, what would be the impact on residents? How can we maximize this positive impact? And then when this got concrete, I personally felt that having this new vision already worked, because you start thinking differently. You start thinking much broader and not just focused on maximizing the number of visitors in your place. And what makes it then very concrete is our pilot projects. I have to be honest, we are now 2022. The vision was ready end of 18. In 19 we had a new minister. In 20 we reformed our organization, so we did the whole restructuring in order to take up a different role as a DMO. And I have to say that was not easy, because many people were already with us in this new way of thinking, some were not. So it was a whole process of involving also our colleagues, changing the organization in order to take up a new role. And then you get challenged a lot. By yourself, it was not always easy. And I even think when you do this kind of process and it's going too easy, you're maybe not doing it right, because it does and should feel uncomfortable, I think. This is what I experience. But feeling uncomfortable is not always comfortable, of course. To make it concrete, we have created new pilot projects to apply these new roles. Oops. Did I do something wrong? Can I have my slide back? So we started doing pilot projects, and I will explain and hopefully show what they are, to apply those principles of travel to tomorrow. Being, and this is also challenged a lot, we started to buy castles, to buy abbeys, to buy convents in Flanders, places that were like empty, not used anymore, and to redevelop these places through the principle of travel to tomorrow, being not us as government going there, taking everything and do what we want. No, to start a process of listening to the stakeholders, the inhabitants, to make sure that these historic places will be flourishing again like they maybe were 300-400 years ago. And I can give you some examples, and 2 minutes is perfect. This is the city of Antwerp with the modern MAS museum along the river Scheldt. There is also this neoclassic building, which used to be an old administration building, but it's empty. So we will create a new Flemish culinary center there. But again, not just us coming there, invading everything, doing what we want, but involving many stakeholders and local inhabitants when doing the development. The same in an abbey in Oudenaarde. Where do you know Oudenaarde from? Who loves cycling? So it's the arrivée of the Tour of Flanders is in Oudenaarde. So there in an abbey, we combine themes, cycling and heritage. We will create a new cycling hub with the Travel to Tomorrow principles. We will transform the future of a very big abbey and nature area in Hasselt. These are the 3 castles that we bought very quickly. 60 acres park, and we bought it for €1 because the local community could not afford doing something with it. So they were happy to sell it for €1 to the Flemish government, and now we are redeveloping it together with the local community. This is the Rubens Castle, where Rubens, the painter himself, lived. And we will open it. It was closed. We will open it to the public again in our project. And then finishing, why do we do that? It's matching with the themes that Flanders is strong in, that is in our DNA, but we can apply this participative approach, making these connections with experience for people, create better balance. They are very remote in Flanders, so it's good for seasonality and spatial spreading of tourists. There is a lot of people also internationally interested in visiting these ancient places, and we often solve the places that are in a problematic context. There is quite a lot of money needed to create a new future there. And of course, we want to be inspired ourselves, we want to inspire others, and make policy conclusions for tomorrow, after tomorrow, because, and this is, I think, my final message, by having a good vision, a good strategy, which is a solid base, you should be ready for several future ministers, let's say. So we offer them this framework, and as an agency, we can adapt to the new choices of a minister, but the framework of Travel to Tomorrow, we want it to be stable. And I'm pretty sure that it will work. Voila, that's it. Thank you.
Vincent, thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was great to have you walking freely and naturally on stage. But my mistake, I didn't tell you that the cases should be exposed here from the lectern. Otherwise, cameras go again, go crazy. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Okay, cool. Just to reflect very briefly, I think you can see how powerful tourism can be and tourism development if, like, policy and agency and DMO really go hand in hand and there is no conflict. When you have the trust apparently to do it, when there is the money to invest, and I think it's a really great example where you really see yet tourism becomes a means of do something for the whole region and not just for itself. So I think this is already a great message. Now I would say, Jaume, the floor is yours, and we hear how is the situation in Valencia.
Thank you. It's okay? You can hear me? Right. Hi. Well, we are back to business. This is nice. This is wonderful. After all this time, after this COVID, I still have some consequences, so forgive me if I'm coughing, because I'm still recovering. So we are our industry is recovering from COVID, and we are doing very well. We've got the same figures that we had. We have visitors, we have more occupancy rates, we have better prices. We're back to business, but impacts are too back. The pressure is on cities, on our destinations, and they are. You see this picture, this nature, this lagoon, which is part of our natural park, only 15 kilometers away from the city. Now it's full of visitors queuing for these boat trips, and we wanted this picture. We had these pictures during the COVID, and it was so wonderful, but this is not the reality. And the industry is happy, but the social and therefore the political framework has changed a lot. Our city has drafted a new strategy, and when they were drawing and meeting people and social institutions and groups and activists, etc., I went there and I noticed that we were not part of the team. The tourism industry was not part of the team. They were not thinking on tourism. But I told them, well, I've got 3 million people with me, which are using our city that you're not considering, and they are causing these impacts, and you're protesting, but you're not trying to manage them. So they say, okay, what are your solutions? What are you doing for us? Well, it's a matter of networking and working together and being part of the team and understanding their priorities. My city has stated this priority, this carbon, this mission. Their strategy is mission-oriented, and that was the first one. It was approved by everyone. I was telling yesterday, nobody can claim that you are against them, because you are the good. You are saying, okay, we want to fight the climate change. We have to care on nature. We want sustainable tourism. They cannot say, no, you're wrong. They will be with you. So it's an opportunity that we are taking to promote things, to take actions. We need to take actions. We need to go forward to say, okay, if in the strategy, in the city strategy, there are many lines. One of them is sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism. If you're not saying sustainable, they won't talk with you, and they will fight against you. So what's sustainable tourism? Well, you have to really take some lines of action to say, okay, I'm going to do this, and that. Very understandable for the social groups, for the neighbors, for the politicians, for the industry. Because we started in the year 16, we stated sustainability, a pillar of our tourism strategy. But what does it mean? It's nice words. There were nice words that were included in our strategies. You all have them, our websites, our documents. But what does it mean nowadays? Well, and you have to tell them that we are part of the team, of the city's team, which means we are contributing to your SDGs. We are trying to help. We are part of the team that will get them. But on the other side, you've got the industry. We are a DMO. Our main priority is the industry. Well, shouldn't be, but it is. And I realize that. We are many people here. The sustainable department is a small one, but at least we have one people working on that. But we're talking to the public and private sector to say this is about competitiveness, not about economic competitiveness. Broaden your mind, learn, do some network, and you will understand what it does mean. Otherwise, you're lost. We will kill, the golden egg. But you have to start managing and monitoring the impact we're creating. And if the priority in my city is to become a carbon neutral city, we have to become a carbon neutral destination. It's obvious. To do that, we have to talk about carbon, about water, so important in the Mediterranean, or plastics, for instance. And we have many things, many tools, many guidelines. Thanks to this networking, please go to the Glasgow Declaration and sign the Glasgow Declaration. This is the first step, and this is a commitment. We need commitments from the politicians, from the administratives, and to follow the guidelines and to research for the tools we have on our hands, work in coalitions, international coalitions. We are not alone. We are all together with the same mission. So just follow them. And in our case, we started working on decarbonizing tourism. Thanks to this project, thanks to this networking, we convinced the Global Omnium, which the baseline there, it's a water management company, and they applied their knowledge, this industry knowledge, to do, okay, I can do some calculations. I was telling Gisela, it's not perfect, but it's according to standards. It's verified. These are trustable numbers. This is the basics. You know where to start from. So you can determine who is doing what kind of emissions, public and private sectors. 80% comes from transport. This is very difficult, but the 20, it's part of our work. It's not tourism. It means museums, lighting, transport, security, etc. But we are all part of the team, and they understand this map now. What else? Water. The same technology can be applied, and we already know what's the water footprint of tourism in my city. We're in the Mediterranean. We have drought. We need water to survive. And now we are realizing, after this summer, what means global warming, and what means scarcity of water. And it's going to be worse. But we know how to do it, where to address our efforts, how to align with the city's priorities from the tourism industry. So we speak the same language. That's some tools. And then plastics. Yeah, I'm finishing. Yeah. Same for plastics. We've got the WTO. We've got these initiatives. You've got guidelines. Just please start following these guidelines and talking with your cities. And what's next? Well, we have landed this in a new sustainability plan, which are 4 axes, and we're working on green and sustainable transition, which means all the plastics, food, sustainable food, observatories to measure about all this water footprint I told you before. We're talking about mobility, we're talking about decarbonizing. It's not calculating, it's reduction, how to reduce it, and how to offsetting, how to compensate these emissions. How you're responsible and you have to pay for it if you're not reducing. You, the industry, you, the administration, and you, the visitor. The 3, we are addressing to them. Hopefully, we'll get some of them. Digitalization, it's part of it, and competitiveness. Let's be certified. Let's apply indicators. Let's talk to our communities. It's fundamental to let them understand, not only the industry, our neighbors, our NGOs. They know now that we are trying to help. They're not against, and they invite us to their forums. Well, this is a big step from the beginning where we were the other side, you know? So, well, I will explain later on a bit more, but that's the basics I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
I think you see many principles that we heard about this morning. I think were already quite obvious here. So he says it's team play, and it's also like Vincent's example was very much within the sector. I think yours made very clear that, yeah, how is the connection outside the sector, and how you talk like on the public level also with the different other branches of the community or of the administration. And I think what's also strong is there is so many principles out there, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, there is no excuse to just not get started. And I think this is also a very powerful message. But now we get an example from the industry, or from like really an accommodation provider, but also with a very strong social, meaningful value. So the floor is now yours, Marie-José. Thank you.
I'll speak in Catalan, so you'll have to wear your headsets, if you don't mind. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Bé, després d'aquestes experiències de
Okay,
països,
so
de
having heard
destinacions
these
tan grans,
experiences from big countries and big organizations, I'm here to tell you about a tiny thing, a youth hostel experience, the in-out hostel. I don't know why I have been selected, but I want to thank the organizers and the Catalan Tourism Bureau and Nextdoor, because in Barcelona we have 848 tourism operators certified with the Biosphere certification, so it's an honor to have been chosen. The first thing I want to tell you is that if you have friends or any of you or children who want to promote a project that can contribute to improve the world, well, they should do it, even if the numbers do not crunch. But if you get other people excited and you are excited yourselves, well, things go well. Because our project was nearly impossible at the beginning, and everyone told us, no, this will not work, because we have workers with intellectual disability. They do not speak languages. The receptionist is blind. The maître is deaf. So at the beginning, nobody was ready to fund our idea, but we moved on. We opened in 2004, and here we are. We're suffering. It's not a pinky rose thing.
És una feina de tots, no només meva.
This is a collaborative work. It's not my credit. I do not take the credit. I just had an idea and everyone got excited about it. So we are in the city of Barcelona, in a state that has been lent to us because all NGOs are poor. So we have been given this 5-hectare estate. And it's a privilege because we are in the city of Barcelona, but in the natural park of Collserola. We have 3 independent buildings, which makes the management very difficult, because if you only have one building, well, it's much easier. But, well, it's a bit more complicated. And with the staff that we have, it's not easy, but it works. Now, something that makes us very happy, we have 258 beds, so we are not so tiny. But we are very happy because sometimes tourists leave and they haven't realized, they haven't noticed that we are a social project and that they have been taken care by people with disability. In the self-service menu, for example, we have 3 people with Down syndrome and they take care of the visitors and everything works. So that's what we love the most, to see that people can fulfill their talent. Let me focus on what we do. Well, when we started, we had 2 main sustainability work streams that were second-hand to us. First, we opened the in-out hostel because we also have a printing press that it's still up and running. Icaria Gráficas, that's the name of the printing press. And we also have people with disability working at the printing press, but due to globalization and digitization, we realized that jobs would be going down. So we thought, okay, instead of downsizing the staff, what can we do for them so that they can keep working for us? And here we started thinking about financial sustainability, because of course you have to think about your employees and the environment. And that's how we came up with the in-out hostel. Our staff is fully made up by people, and we have gender balance. We have exactly the same amount of men and women. And we have found out that since we are poor, the employees that are not wanted by other hotels or businesses, well, they are a super treasure for us. And even all kinds of decorations, of furniture, well, we use the circular economy because we have been given all kinds of things that other hotels do not need or want. As I told you, sorry, not the right one. It's not moving forward. Here we are. So as I told you, our workers, most of them have a disability. 90% of the staff has a disability. Most of them intellectual disability, and they work at the reception, the bar, the restaurant, maintenance, gardening, accounting. So it's a wide range of activities that they do. At the In-Out Hostel, we are not pessimistic as to what will happen in the planet and with the environment, what we have been discussing this morning. And we believe that our task is very important, because if we make our own little contribution together, we will be able to improve our planet. So I want to thank the politicians for making the rules and the laws, but I would ask from them more regulation, because people are not good out of nature, and I start with myself. Why? Well, there's a study by Hatinder Singh, a professor, who studied with other colleagues about poor practices of well-known international companies, and they were disseminated by the press. So when the surveyed people then they asked people what they thought about the practices of that company, and everyone said, oh, it's awful that they do that, but then they kept buying from that company. So it's one story what we think, and it's a very different story what we do. So we need strong and stringent regulation so that our behavior is aligned with our thought. For example, I do not use my smartphone while I drive. Not anymore. But in the past, I used to do it. Why don't I do it now? Well, because I will be fined, and I know it's dangerous. So our behavior is modified depending on the rules and laws, and that's why I'm asking for more regulation. Hopefully, Patrick will let me know when my time's up. Okay. And then we thought about accessibility, because, of course, we could not do it on our own. So we don't have to focus on the physical disability. We have to think about the intellectual disability. Pictures, for example, for the menus. We have to think about the visual disability. You have to include stark colors, contrast. You have to think about the hearing disability and include magnetic loops or images to go with the information. We do not celebrate Halloween, I'm sorry. We celebrate what we call here la castañada, the chestnut celebration. And we defend our identity, culture and language, because it's the only way to preserve it and to live it. And because these are lovely celebrations, the ones that we've had throughout our lives. Otherwise, the planet will be homogeneous, and that's not positive at all. And then regarding the environmental sustainability. Sorry, I'm speaking very fast. Sorry. Okay, 1 minute.
Això dels 2 minuts és una mica obvio.
I'm a bit stressed now with time. So, as for the environmental sustainability, we have done plenty of things. Firstly, to save. If you crunch the numbers, that is a saving. Of course, you need to invest at the beginning, but it's worthwhile. And we would need more submissions and more projects. We have solar panels. Many of you might have them. We have a biomass heater to heat our water for heating purposes. We have reduced all the potential electric and gas consumption, water consumption. We have tried to minimize everything. We also have challenges, of course, for the future regarding the environment. We want to try and reuse dirty water, the water from the showers. Of course, we can use the water from the showers to water the garden. Why not? And finally, my last slide. We are like, an apartment with young people. that go and live together with furniture that has been offered by others, but it's fun, it's nice, and we reuse everything that is discarded by other people. And apart from recycling, something I recommend to you is that if you have a garden, use a bioshredder, so that you can use the shrubs and everything that you prune to generate compostage and improve your biodiversity. So I've been very brief in my explanation, but that's what we've done so far, and that's how we want to move on into the future to keep growing, because we believe that growth is not incompatible with minimizing the carbon emissions. Thank you.
Marie-José, thank you very much. I think that was fabulous. And it's, yeah, I mean, we see with the strategies, a lot is going on the policy level, on quite high on the ground, maybe in the heads. And with Vincent, we saw castles, but I think with you, we have a really good example of what's happening there. And that is also, you just started. You have the idea, the power of the values, and then you just go for it. And if there are challenges, you face the challenges, but you still go for it. So I think this is really strong. And I like in the last, one of your last words, you said, it's fun. So I think this is also a big part. If it's fun, if it's teamwork, then things go easy. And I think it's also a natural way of how we interact as humans. So I think there is no contradiction in doing like sustainable, regenerative things and having fun. So I think this is also very good. So I looked to Sandra with the timing, because we said we wanted to finish at 12:30, but I looked at the program again. This we don't do with this panel, because then we will not have discussion at all. We go until 12:45, I suggest, or something like that, and then we have a little bit more. So like a little bit more than 1 hour for this panel, a little bit more than 1 hour for the next panel. So you two also have the time, and Tim. Yeah, I think we don't need the translation now. So you can introduce yourself very briefly, so why you feel that you are sitting on this panel. And then you can reflect, because that's your role. So please. And you're having fun. Yeah.
All right.
We should have fun. That's a good thing.
I'll try. Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias, even. Apologies, my Catalan is almost non-existent, but my enjoyment of being here is very existent. So thank you to Nextdoor and everybody for inviting me. So I'm here because I said yes. That is and why wouldn't I? And I was here in 2018 when the Barcelona Declaration was launched, and I think I'd echo what Anna and others have been saying, that I think the way Nextdoor has framed the challenge is very helpful, and really what today is about is how to operationalize good intentions. I spend quite a lot of my time sitting in rooms of people who agree with each other. It's nice, you sort of feel warm. Then what? So, what are we going to do differently so that if we were having this conversation in 3 or 5 years' time, there would be a lot more chance to say, we did this. And there's been some wonderful examples of what has been done. So I'll quickly explain what a TOA is for those of you who don't know, share some top-level reflections, and then maybe keep it short for this bit, and then if there's a chance to come back as the conversations continue. So the European Tourism Association, we're based in Brussels. We are predominantly private sector, so 1,100 members or so today. It changes, including our wonderful partners, Catalonia Tourism. So about 120 or so of our members are DMOs or NTOs. So I think one of the things that has happened over the course of the last few years is that the recognition that tourism is a collaborative activity, and you can't just have the sort of private sector looking for ways of making money and a sort of passive destination ecosystem hoping it's not going to be too bad. It really does need to be a much more collaborative, and to use the current jargon, co-creative process for us to work together. It's great we've got so many destinations as part of the membership. The rest of the membership is private sector, about 400 operators and agents, and they're selling European product anywhere in the world. So they could be sitting in Japan, they could be sitting in Dresden. So the rest of the membership would be the supply chain. So that could be anything from a very small specialist company to Accor Hotels, which has got 5,500 properties, big organization. So hopefully what I bring to this meeting, and perhaps partly why I was invited, is that I have a chance, because we have a direct membership model, we don't have lots of national chapters, a company is a member of the organization, so I will have a chance to talk to lots of business people day in, day out, and understand day in, day out what some of the challenges are, and also what some of the operational difficulties are on the ground for people who are trying to deliver tourism and people who are trying to sell it in source markets. So perhaps some of that commercial insight would be helpful. But this session is about strategy, so I'm going to take 4 things out of what I've heard this morning just to reflect on. The first is shamelessly stealing a little bit from Vincent, but I think it bears repeating, is how do you future-proof the plan? How do you try and make it less likely that the plan gets chucked in the bin as soon as the mayor changes? So to me, that really is about recognizing process over product. Because good product will flow from the recognition that the process has given you, that what this process needs to deliver is reanimating these bits of cultural heritage whose current stewards, custodians, don't have the money to look after them, but if we find a mechanism to incorporate them into regional ownership, stuff can happen. So I think that's also an animating principle of the Smart Destinations project. We were involved in that early on when it was a pilot project of the European Parliament, and my sort of single contribution to that really was to say, please recognize good process rather than product. Because so much of tourism, and I'm sure the third session today will get into it, is a beauty contest. We're pretty, we're old, it tastes good. Terrific. But if we're talking about managing something, the product will take care of itself. This is a business based on discretionary spend. We're probably going to hear more about what consumers want and how that's changing. What we've really got to make sure is that there is a very strong future-proof process. So first point. Second one is the climate question. Ettore declared a climate emergency in 2020. That doesn't make us an angel, that just makes us self-interested. If we don't have a credible position on this topic, we're idiots. So not being an idiot is where you start. What do you do that's useful is where it gets interesting. So recognizing the science shouldn't be a hard thing to do. So we've recognized the science. What happens next? And Glasgow Declaration, I think, is an excellent mechanism for delivering. But my point on climate is this, is I think the interests of climate and competition will converge. And there is going to be a regulatory and a statutory piece to this. But it should, and I agree with what you've just said, it should be harder to do the wrong thing. It should be easier to do the right thing. And a practical example of that is if you want to buy an electric coach, it costs 3.5 times the cost of a Euro 6 diesel coach. For business, this kind of stuff matters. So how are we going to do that? Aviation, in a way, benefits from very favorable tax setup than other forms of transport. How's that going to get adjusted? That's not for the individual businesses, that's for governance, that's for all of us to what sort of setup do we want, and maybe that'll come in the next session. But just to be slightly controversial, I'd like to sort of point to a couple of areas of the legal framework and sort of the business framework, which I think, and maybe we'll come up to it later, could be used more. So for example, insurance, people are going to get sued for the harm they are causing. It's happening now. People are going to get sued for making false claims about their greenness. Greenwashing isn't just, if you like, a bit immoral and silly. it's going to get you in court. And it's very, a European airline is now in court under EU unfair contract practices regulation because its advertising campaign, say the litigants, is wrong. Aviation isn't sustainable, so you shouldn't be saying it is, and saying buying the tickets with us is a sort of guilt-free thing. And guilt's not a helpful emotion. Today's much more about hope and optimism. But climate and competition will converge. You will have to get with the program with climate action, otherwise your business will fail. There will be less room for it to operate. So the faster you adapt, the better chance you have. And then the last point I'll make before we move on is I think you've got to enable choice. So I think it's great that there were, 800 and something certified businesses in Barcelona. I think the certification world is actually quite confusing. And Anna, you referenced it. There's all these models and paradigms. There's a great range of things we could follow and adapt. But it is just about making progress in the right direction. And we know what the right direction is. We just need to get going, and there are plenty of tools available. But the thing that you need is that businesses need to be able to identify, I need to buy product that my clients want. How do I distinguish which hotel can give me a carbon footprint? Who can give me the numbers? So businesses need to identify who of you can give me the carbon footprint of your product. And then the consumers themselves, just like when we're buying a fridge, you can see on the label what kind of product is this that I'm buying. And until we get to sort of those decision support tools, I think we're going to struggle. But that seems to me a big opportunity we can make quick progress on. I'll stop there, Ulf. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. When we did the briefing and I said, yeah, you can talk about like 5 minutes, he said, oh no, I will never talk 5 minutes. So, but that was a great statement. I think the thing is, we will have not so much time to discuss, but I think you're also trying to make all the points you have in the first go. So this is, I think, also very valuable for the discussion. I see also with our graphic recording, we get it very nicely together. So even if we need a lot of words here on the panel, it's very nicely collected there. So I think this will help us very much in the end. But now, there's one more lady left here, and it's Gisela. And I think you're actually, from my point of view, the most important person on this panel, because we come, most of us, like somehow from like still from a top-down level. We always say how important is the bottom-up, but then still, I'm also not sure if bottom-up is then, if we talk with our businesses, if we can really talk with the residents and with, let's say, grassroots movements. And so I think it's really important and that you are here, that you're also ready to share your thoughts here. And maybe once you have made your points, please, rather than I asking questions, if you have questions or maybe also challenging questions for the panelists, please just go ahead, fire them, and make them sweat. Thank you. I think it will. Just start.
Unfortunately, Gisela's microphone is off.
It's working, yeah.
It's working, yeah. Hello, good morning. I'm here as an environmentalist and as a climate activist, and I'm here as the disruptive part of the panel, with good faith, don't worry. I need 5 minutes to talk about the climate, which is a very important part of things. And I'd like to include something that has been overlooked, because we always discuss the positive side of things for the host country, tourism, after all. We all have the desire to travel. It's a natural thing. But I'd like to expand that and go and discuss the countries that are not receiving or issuing visitors. And it's not a coincidence that they are not represented here in this panel, and they are the great victims of the climate crisis. So I'd like to give you some background information about how I see tourism, and global warming. It will be 5 minutes, but I think it's quite relevant. As you know, the atmosphere has very high levels of greenhouse gases. We've had 270 parts per million. So that's quite a lot, but currently we are at 460 parts per million, and to achieve 1.5 degrees, the limit would be 465. Not an accurate 465, we could go up to 485, but then you have to decrease that again. So we are really on the verge of achieving the limit of greenhouse gas concentration. So as the UN, we have been discussing for a long time whether it has to be 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees. This has been on the table since 1995, and the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Agreement, that's what they say, that we have to remain at 1.5. 1.5 is not a banal thing. It's a critical scientific threshold, and as of that threshold, we will have climate chaos. So it's what we can afford. 1.5 is not only a scientific, but also a political threshold. So together, all the countries have to look into if it's worth maintaining this industry, and at the risk of increasing the temperature with the consequences that are wildfires, droughts, loss of biodiversity, biodiversity destruction, increasing sea levels, etc. And that's where tourism comes to stage. How do we remain at 1.5 degrees? The first thing we need to know is that we have to reduce 45% our greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2010. That's a commitment. 45% is a huge percentage. Bear in mind that the industry basically burns gas, oil and coal, both cars and agriculture, industry, entertainment, tourism, waste sector. So all of these sectors have to decarbonize, and tourism makes up an important portion of that, because tourism, generally speaking, accounts for 5.3% of emissions by 2030. 5.3% is huge. If we check the list of emitters, if tourism was to be a country, it would be among the most polluting countries. How do we stay at 1.5 degrees? And how do we do it for tourism? This is a spoiler. We're not doing well. Countries are implementing NDCs, nationally determined contributions. Each country basically sends out this report to the UN saying, okay, my country will reduce emissions by 10% or 15% from now up to a deadline. And the UN basically account for those emission reductions, and they basically study whether we are on the right path to maintain the 1.5 degrees. And the spoiler, here comes the spoiler, the NDCs have been submitted, and we are on the way to increase emissions by 1.7% for 2030, and that includes tourism. So we are doing not very well, we're doing very poorly, and this cannot be solved in an isolated manner. We need that these three presentations that we have listened to here today, they have to become a global thing and a connected thing. We have another important problem, which is aviation. Aviation, a very important sector for tourism, has a series of huge privileges in international political arenas, because international flights are not included in the national NDCs. They go separately. So they have not agreed whether it's the country where the plane leaves or the one where it goes that should account for those emissions. And they have a plan, but it's full of flaws. It's a disaster. So we need to really rethink tourism, because a big portion of these 5.3% of emissions that stem from tourism basically have to do with the travel involved. Many tourists take the plane. So the aviation sector is not regulated enough, and they have many privileges like low taxes, etc. So it's very difficult that we will reduce emissions if we do not do something with aviation. And in the EU, well, the aviation sector have been given free emission credits for a long time. This is a long story. Well, we have an emission credit market in the EU, and Europe has decided that the aviation sector would receive many of them for them to emit freely. We're talking about 200 million carbon credits for aviation in recent years. And here we come to tourism as a sector. We need to think whether we can satisfy this wish to travel without having an impact on other people's lives. Whatever we emit in tourism and in other sectors, it's emitted for a long time. I mean, gases remain in the atmosphere for a long time. It's not a cycle like steam. When steam is accumulated, well, then it rains. No, the carbon cycle works differently. It can remain for hundreds of years in the atmosphere. So any action that we take is very important, and it has to be now. And whatever amount of carbon that is prevented from going to the atmosphere is very important. And then there's a carbon budget up to 1.5 degrees. Can we still emit and remain at 1.5 degrees? Well, yes, but not very much. There are many calculations here because there are many variables, but there's a calculation that says that we have emitted 2,500 megatons since the industrial age, so we still have 400 megatons, like a fourth. But the question is, how do we distribute that? How do we allocate them among the sectors, and tourism could be included there, and among countries? Because there are countries which haven't emitted anything since the industrial age to date, and they are suffering the consequences of the climate crisis. And then there are other countries, like ourselves, who have emitted a lot, and we are enjoying the privilege of traveling. So I have three questions. Number one, where do people who travel come from? If we check statistics, people who travel come from the global north, from historical emitters, so they have a privilege, we have a privilege in that sense, and we do have a responsibility as well. The second question would be, where do we travel to? And well, that's usually in the global north too. So the two winning sides, the issuer and the receiver, it all remains in the global north, and the global south only receives the consequences of the emissions in this bilateral relationship. And the third question would be, why are we traveling like this? And it's important to ask this question. Why do we need, and I'm including here myself, and we're including many people, why do we need to travel on a plane far away for 10 days and do it very quickly? And I think that the answer is quite clear, because we work 40 hours a week, because we live in an extremely productivistic economic system. We basically work to survive, and then we have 10 days or 15 days of holidays. And what do? Well, if we are privileged enough and we belong to the global north, we take a plane, we go to Thailand, and then we make it back home. So the question is this positive to us for the environment? Even if the hotel that we go to in Thailand is super sustainable, I think that we should take a step backwards and rethink not the tourism model, but the life model, because when we talk about degrowth, it's not only a degrowth in terms of emissions and material use. No, we're talking about a degrowth in terms of working hours, lifestyle, travel modes, how to get to know other countries, etc. And my last remark. In this binomial between the global north and the receiving countries, there's an issue of climate injustice. When I told you that issuing countries belong to the global north, North America, for example, accounts for 27% of the historical emissions, the EU 22% of the historical emissions, and currently in the world we're not talking about historical levels anymore. Today there are countries and people who live with 0.00000 tons of CO2 a year, and some other people are leading a life that includes an emission of 100 tons of CO2 a year. It's an unfair system, so we have countries with an average of 0.03 CO2 tons a year, like Congo or Nigeria, and a flight from Paris to New York accounts for 3.2 tons of CO2, which means that this would be the equivalent of many years of life of people in Congo and Nigeria. Just to give you some background information about the proposals, we need to take a step back and take into account the people who are not in this room and who are not in this discussion. And I have questions for the three of them. Can I ask them? My first question would be for Jaume from Valencia. I was not aware of what was being done in Valencia. I think it's quite pioneering, the carbon tax, the tourism carbon tax. This kind of study is not even done in countries, so the fact that it can be done for a sector, it's quite pioneering. I have a very logistical question.
Timing is always the issue. That's the problem. I think we have not the time to answer all the questions. I think it's good that you place them, but for the summing up just from now, I think you gave us another shake, and I think it was kind of your role, but I think you did this role really greatly. So after the shake up from Anna, you did the second shake with us, and I think we also, I mean, probably we all know, but it's still, when you get it into your face, it's a different story. And also when we see it in the drawing, so it comes straight at your face. So I think we need to do the considering. I think we are in the process of doing the considering. But for the sake, and we will also cover this, I think when we hear Greenland, I mean, this is like one of the countries where you say, I mean, it's in the global north, but I think it's also one of the ones that is very much affected and still not to blame for the cause. So please place your questions. Then I would make one brief round of just one sentence that you want to share with the audience, what maybe your personal conclusion is of this panel, and then we move on to the next panel. But we keep in mind what you gave us, and maybe the questions we can also put them to others in later panels, or at least consider them in our thinking, and then think. But we cannot give the answer. Okay. Super.
Okay, just the most relevant questions. So for Valencia, you say that you will reduce by 20% the tourism emissions, and the other 80%, if I understood your point, will be offset through emission reabsorption projects with forest and in the maritime space. My question, you will do that in Valencia, in the territory of Valencia, and Valencia would end up being carbon neutral as a tourism destination. Do you really see a capacity in the Valencia Bay to reabsorb the tourism emissions? And then will that mean that Valencia will not be able to reabsorb the emissions of its residents? And then for Flanders, I'm doing my role brilliantly. Have you thought about expanding this positive cycle to go beyond the emitting country, so the issuing country and the receiving country? And for Maria Jose, did you feel supported by the administration? I don't think so, as far as I heard from your presentation. And do you think that your model can be replicated in other countries, in other hotels? I will start myself. Sorry, Maria Jose.
I think we really cannot.
Okay.
That's the blame, and I think we even cannot do the round with the reflections. So I think, but the good thing is we are here in person. We will have the lunch break. You will meet everybody. So please do it individually, and we take the message. I mean, that's I think the good thing that we are here at the first panel. It will not be them, but we will consider it in the next panels as well. So I'm sorry, it's always this great examples, great speakers, great messages, and too little time to discuss. But I guess that's the problem with, we have never come up with a solution yet. So thank you very much, panel 1.
Thank you very much for showing all your particular cases, very interesting ones, and for that shower of reality. And as Ulf said, we're going to be able to discuss that during lunch break. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats this side of the stage, please. My side of the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next panel discussion is Transforming the Governance for Regenerative Tourism Destinations and Business. We would like to invite to join us on stage for the cases Mr. Hortur Smarrasson, former CEO of Visit Greenland, and Mrs. Mireia Foni Vidal, owner of Casa Leonardo. And for reflections, we would like to invite Mrs. Irene Tarradellas, manager at Impact Hub Barcelona. Sorry, Mr. Hortur Smarrasson, Mrs. Mireia Foni Vidal, welcome. And then Mrs. Irene Tarradellas, as I was saying, Mrs. Alicia Fajardo, Sustainable Tourism Specialist at Travel Foundation, and Mr. Jérémy Foss, President and Director of Eco Union. There's fewer cases in this panel, Ulf, so maybe we could stick to the maximum 1 hour panel discussion. Thank you very much, Ulf. Have a great one.
Yes, but we have first the teaser by the Catalan Tourist Board, and it's Damien telling us, giving us our food for thoughts from the Catalan perspective.
Hi, Ulf. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again, huh?
Nice to see all of you, of course.
Yes.
Ulf is a good colleague. Well, thankfully, panel number 1, we just finished understanding what we need to have a purpose, to bring, in some sense, our activity closer to the well-being of the local community. That was the main messages from all the strategies that we've been learning from. So we launched panel number 2, and this launch of number 2 is basically to say how. How, in capital letters. How to implement these strategies. That is, keep following the storytelling that we started this morning. From Catalonia, as many other relevant destinations that we have the pleasure to accompany us today, we are interested to know practical cases that could show us how to generate this alliance between partners, the right public-private dynamics. We're interested in how work the best on that aspect. We really appreciate how this panel could enlighten us about this, to understand in what a specific approach we have to work to establish these best relations among visitors, we said among tourism companies, with our local community. How is that point? There's an interest, there are colleagues of this panel, in the governance mechanisms that we need to establish to accelerate this transition, this pathway based on that regenerative, smarter, and equitable tourism that everyone is looking for. So we are looking forward to hearing from all of you. This is the main challenge that we want to launch to you in this panel, and we really appreciate your time. So go ahead. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Damien. Yes. Yeah, now, without further ado, I give you the floor. Maybe just one brief comment, because we first wanted to cast you for panel 3 when starting to talk about marketing. But when we did the pre-talk with Sandra, you and I, you were talking mostly, it was about cooperation, it was about infrastructure, it was about global change and climate change, global warming. So I think you would fit both panels, but I think you're very right here. And with keeping in mind what we just heard from Gisela, I think we will have a strong case of when, take us to Greenland for a few minutes. Thank you.
Yes, let's go for a tour. Bon dia, thank you for having me here. It's a true pleasure to be back in Barcelona. It's a wonderful, wonderful city, and good to be able to travel again. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about Greenland and the work we've been doing in Greenland. So I'm the former CEO of Visit Greenland. And as you say, it's often hard to distinguish between marketing and governance and strategy and all that, because we need to think about all these matters holistically. And I think that's very often the case that we've been failing, and as has been mentioned several times here this morning, we need to stop thinking in silos. Tourism is not something that happens on an island. Well, actually, I'm talking about tourism on an island, but you get what I mean. So, I was, let me see how this works. So I came to Greenland during COVID, actually. As you can see on this beautiful slide. No, this is the wrong one. So I need my slides and not my video. Yes, thank you very much. So Greenland decided to build 2 new international airports. It's the largest island in the world. It's over 2 million square kilometers, which means that it's larger than the UK, France, Spain, Italy, and Germany combined. So it's a huge, huge country with 56,000 inhabitants. There are no 2 towns connected by a road. So you need to fly or sail, or in the wintertime you can go on a dog sled between the villages. So infrastructure is an enormous challenge. And so the government decided, okay, we need to improve the connectivity of the country, and we're going to build 2 new international airports, an investment of over €500 million, which is quite big for a country with a population of 56,000. So a huge investment. So I'm hired in both to help the tourism industry to get through COVID and the crisis regarding that, and to lay the foundation for the growth of tourism. Because of course, what people are thinking, we need a return on investment. And that's what has been the mantra in tourism, right? Return on investment. How do we invest? How do we get the money back? How do we develop tourism? We need to get some investors in. We need to get hotels, more tourists, more airlines, etc. Makes all sense in the old narrative, right? But I think the key question which we started asking ourselves is why? You know, return on investment is one thing, but what does it mean for Greenland? What does it mean for the family that lives in this little house in a small village in rural Greenland? How are they going to benefit from it? Because what is the risk is that we create a booming tourism industry, because Greenland is very easy to sell. The market pretty much sells itself because it's such a unique destination. You have so many things you can experience there you cannot experience anywhere else in the world. And the risk is we create a parallel economy. A parallel economy where we have large tourism companies coming in. They run hotels, they have all the infrastructure, they have all the sales networks, they bring in the employees as well. And the locals, they just get the trash. And it becomes exploitative. It's actually just neocolonialism through tourism. It could just as well be a mining company. It's just extraction, extraction, extraction. And we need to think about that should not be the role of tourism. The role of tourism should be how can we contribute to the local, not just economy, but the local community. How do we use tourism as something to help the communities develop? Because the communities there are really struggling for multiple reasons. So the question we asked us every time is, okay, our goal is to grow Greenland. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, how can tourism be beneficiary for all of Greenland? So every industry, every little village, everywhere around the country. That's the question we should always be asking ourselves, no matter what the decision is that we're going to take. And first of all, the 2 first decisions that were made is, what is the focus going to be? This was the external part of tourism. So what is the focus going to be? And the decision was made adventure tourism. With only 100,000 tourists coming in before COVID, it's a tiny little market, and you can allow yourself to focus on a niche. You don't want any tourist in, you want specific tourists that can handle the environment that's there, because it's rough. There are weather delays, and you need to be willing to have cancellations and some obstacles on your travels. So, and plus adventure tourists are the kind of tourists that are most likely to leave money with the local community. They want to have local experiences, they want to interact with the locals, etc. So it's a good fit. And we also saw that when we looked into the statistics, 47,000 out of those just over 100,000 tourists that came with cruise ships. And there was a huge difference in how much money they left with the economy. We saw that over 90% of the income in the tourism industry actually came from the other half that came in flying. And then even within the cruise industry, there was a big difference if people came in with what's called expedition ship, which are less than 400 packs, or the large ships with plus 2,000. We can be talking about a six-fold difference in the money they leave behind in the local community. So the decisions we made, we focus solely on adventure tourism. We do not advertise anywhere else. We do not do any promotion anywhere else. We do not participate in travel trade shows that are not within that niche. So it's all about attracting the right people that fit the destination and fit the purpose. Second question is sustainability. Of course, that makes a lot of sense. As Gisela was talking about, Greenland is one of those countries that is remote. It has contributed absolutely zero to global emissions through history. It has a population of 56,000, and most of them live a pretty primitive life. And yet, Greenland is at the forefront when it comes to the consequences. We hear about the catastrophic consequences if temperature rises above 1.5 degrees. It's already above 3 degrees in Greenland. It's more than 3 times the global average, and it already has had dramatic consequences. The ice is melting, which means the hunters cannot hunt like they used to. The line of frozen sea has moved 800 kilometers further north. So that's like the distance from, what, here to Paris or something like that? So it's a huge difference in the way of life for people and what it can do. So sustainability is at the heart of everything that has to be done. And we put it as a goal that Greenland should become one of the leading sustainability destinations by 2030. And I think it's super important, that's also maybe more for the next panel, to have this common goal in the marketing and the branding, but also it's very important internally. But this still leaves us with a very, very important question. What is sustainability? What does that mean? And we hear so many definitions of sustainability, what it is, what it means for a German vegetarian, what it means for someone in the US, and what does it mean for Greenlanders. And I remember someone asked me at some point, yeah, and what do you think about regenerative tourism? And my first reaction was, oh, yet another buzzword for the tourism industry. And now we need to redefine that and what that means. And actually, when I started reading of it, and when I heard Anna Pollock speak for the first time, I was like, no, this is precisely the approach we need when it comes to regenerative tourism. It's based on the community values and what makes sense in the local community. Because when you think about Greenland and sustainability, we might think that sustainability is never to fly, which is not an option in Greenland. It's being a vegetarian, which is not an option in Greenland because you would need to import all vegetables, and that's really, really hard, especially if you want to get them fresh and not frozen. So there's a lot of things that don't really make sense in that way, and we need to define it based on what it means in an Arctic society. Eating whale sounds like something that goes against everything you think about when you think about sustainability, but that's actually a sustainable action in Greenland. With sustainable hunting, it's local meat, it's not transported from anywhere. And this can really be contradictory, and there are dilemmas here, both with the flight and the whale eating, and it creates a very interesting thought exercise when we try to define what sustainability is for us, what regenerative tourism is for us. But this has really been the goal of what we do and how we involve people. So when we talk about sustainability and that Greenland wants to be the leading sustainable destination by 2030, it's also for the local operators, but it's also in terms of attracting the right investors. So when we think we need more hotels because we need to increase capacity in Greenland for the tourists that are inevitably going to come, we want the hotel chains to think Not just, oh, there's a market opportunity in Greenland, we can build a cheap hotel with 150 rooms and it will be a very good return on investment. No, I want them to think that Greenland is like the icon of climate change because of the consequences. It is leading when it comes to the thought of sustainable tourism, and therefore the hotel that we're going to build there is going to be the most sustainable hotel in the world, and if not the world, at least within our chain. And so they can also use it as an example of how they are becoming more sustainable with their own hotel brand. And to get that message across, we created a video for the industry, which I'm going to show you, and I hope I'm within time limits.
Not really, but
so,
give me the thumbs up or not, it's 3 minutes.
Yeah, so listen carefully. Is it playing? It's playing. Do we have sound on?
Dad, my father, he taught me to hunt, to read the landscape, to understand the nature, to talk to the dogs, to adapt to the extreme climate. But things are changing. The animals are migrating. The glacier is melting. The ice is not secure anymore. Times are changing, and yet again, we need to start a journey into the unknown. A journey of adaptation. Adaptation not to an extreme climate, but to extreme changes to the climate and to extreme changes in technology. We are on a journey into the unknown when it comes to the Arctic climate. A journey where a certain skill set is needed. Just like the generations before me led the journeys that helped us across the Arctic, reach the North Pole, and understand the role of the Arctic in the global ecosystem. Greenland is now again leading the journey of understanding. A journey back in time through thousands of frozen years. A journey into the future where the effects of climate change can already be seen. After all, we are the ones with the expertise in Arctic weather and Arctic conditions, and the expertise in traveling in the Arctic. You see, we are embarking on another journey. A journey into the future of tourism where we want to become a leading destination in sustainable tourism. A destination where we see tourism as a powerful tool for economic development in the rural areas of Greenland. Tourism that benefits both the visitor and the host. Tourism that creates an economic foundation for the continued practices of traditional handcraft and knowledge, and relevance of the same into the future. Tourism that has adapted to the environment and local communities. And we have reserved a seat for our special companions on this journey, a seat for you. Join us.
And I think it's really, really important to remember that we're all in this together and nobody has all the solutions. And that's also why we wanted people. We were not saying that we know everything and we know what we're going to do. We don't have a clue, but we really want you to join us in figuring it out and getting there together. And I also think that's why we're here. And I think it's fantastic that Barcelona is taking the lead, because Barcelona has been, together with Amsterdam and Venice, like the icon of mass tourism and over-tourism and all that. And if Barcelona can turn this around and create regenerative tourism so that the locals enjoy it and it's sustainable, that anyone can. And I think that's a real inspiration. So thank you very much.
And I think the video very much saves me the time for summing up, because I think bit all the summing up and also the bridge into the last panel. So it's Mireia now, and I'm really happy to see you here because twice I think I've been at your Casa Leonardo, and it's a fantastic place.
Yes, thank you. I need, bueno, en català, perquè el meu anglès és molt...
In Catalan, because my English is not very fluent, I'll try to show many slides because there are 4 projects and I only have 10 minutes. So, yeah, just for you to get an impression. We have like a rural accommodation. We are a family. You see the family here. We take care of local clients in our cafe and in the tourist accommodation. And it's an old pension from 1913. What do we offer? Well, we try to share the local life. We value the unique elements that we have in the furniture, in the spaces that we have refurbished, and we have a series of exhibits explaining the history of the last century. We also do it through gastronomy. It's locally sourced gastronomy. We focus on typical food and also the food that belongs to the landscape, and that's why we get so many clients. And we've been doing this for 20 years, and we identified the need to create eco-tourism products. They all share the fact that they include outdoor activities in nature. We value the local culture and history, and there's a learning, a guided learning, and we try to have the minimum impact possible. It has to do with hiking. We take care of nature, which is a source of life, and always being respectful with the local population. The first project that we created was to achieve financial feasibility. I will tell you about another project to take care of our landscape and our community. So the 5th lake, it's a route, a hiking route, 100 kilometers, 5 stages, and your suitcase is taken from one accommodation to the next. We want to de-seasonalize. We want to have jobs throughout the year, and we want to appeal to the international tourist. We want to promote the economy of our neighbors, value them, and preserve their heritage, because the 10% that is paid by hikers, we devote them to repairing the landscape. And we also want to improve the self-esteem of the locals, because if the residents love their land, they take care of it. And we wanted to create a storytelling. There was a legend in each stage, so we tell them that they come to a legendary and magical Pyrenees. Here you see all the mythical elements that you encounter on the hike, and you end up in this lake. What's most important about the hike is the hospitality of people. You always remember the people you bump into in your travels, so it's very important that we become hosts. And as you know, there's always a final trophy. We wanted to preserve our tradition, so they get this hazelnut tree stick, and basically that's what they get at the end, and we promote this lost tradition. And how do we manage this? We do it together with the regional agency. We created the Marcas de Pastor agency. We get about 1,000 overnight stays, 100,000 euros. It might seem little, but for us, for the families, it's very important. And the people that come to hike, they occupy rooms that would be idle otherwise, because they come in autumn and spring. And we work on sustainability. I wasn't aware that we were doing sustainability until some years back. And the labels helped us very much to attract more people and to achieve yearly improvement goals. It's impossible to be perfect in sustainability. There's always something else that you can do to minimize your impact. So the labels have been great. But what have we done? It's impossible to tell you everything today, but briefly, We try to reduce the impact in our accommodation in terms of energy consumption, water consumption, recycling. I will not delve into these. We try to reduce the carbon footprint. We want people to come to us in public transportation. We offer discounts. We offer more than one-day products. Since mobility pollutes, well, we want them to stay for some days, and we promote cross-selling to other territories, especially regarding international visitors that come on a plane. And we try to promote ourselves in closed markets like the French market. We also contribute to the preservation. People love to come to our territory and walk around it. So with the elderly, we went down the paths, we refurbished them. Working on sustainability allows us to have a loyal client because it's a top-class experience and it gives us prestige. Sorry, I'm faster than the presentation. All the products that we create aim to de-seasonalize and geographically distribute tourism so that the locals do not suffer the consequences. And finally, we offset our impacts. How? Well, we co-fund local projects. How did we come up with this? Well, we wanted to do emission offsetting, and we only found far-away projects like planting trees, and that was not really offsetting to us. It was like corrective offsetting, like you consume and then you pay and you plant some trees. No, we wanted a prevention project. We wanted people to be aware of their actions and consequences. So we wanted to for people to change their habits to take care of nature. And we created this project that we co-fund, Gratitude Pallars, and we make our donations locally. And it goes without saying, but both locals and visitors enjoy this heritage, this biodiversity, apart from the resources like mushrooms. We all love them. But you don't need to go to the psychologist. It's therapeutical. You go there and it's fantastic. We need to take care of that. But we always rely on the farmers or the owners. Well, farmers have to grow their crops, so we need to contribute to that. This landscape that we enjoy, that is made up by nature and dry stone. For example, with this blooming of the trees, who benefits the most? The farmer that gets angry about tourism, or everyone? In this scenario, we came up with this Gratitude Pallars project. We know everything good about tourism, but we are concerned about the impacts on our landscape. And our landscape is our cash cow, basically. And we know that 70% of the clients that come to do the hike come from abroad. And the landscape has been abandoned because the region is depopulated. I cannot tell you all the problems that we face as a territory here. So we look for mechanisms to minimize our impact. These are the voluntary contributions, and we do that on the basis of volunteering and to fund dry stone projects and biodiversity offsetting projects. For this project, it's very important to have a partner, which is the Eastern Pyrenees Agency, and we created this website to gather together people who have ideas to take care of the landscape and people who have funds and time to spend. So if you have a dry stone wall, if you prove that it's good and positive for the community, well, you can post that on the platform, and if you are a sponsor, you can give your money. You can also post a volunteering case, such as taking care of dry stone structures. And then we have our own calculator, which means that 100% of what locals and visitors pay is devoted to local projects. For 1 year, we calculated what it meant to have a tourist in our accommodation in terms of energy, resources, etc. And we calculate the CO2 emitted during your stay, and we give them back to nature. You can also post this kind of project, and you can offset not only the emissions of your stay, but also of your travel. But of course, nature is very broad. So we created a micro-reserves network, only 20 hectares. We also reached agreements with the owners to improve the biodiversity of the space. There are awareness-raising projects and then conservation projects that we do not disseminate. 3 minutes, okay, I'll try, I'll do my best. So by doing that, we repair the dry stone walls, which is really what we live from. We organize activities with local schools, and with these micro-reserves and with these awareness-raising projects, well, we have received contributions and donations by big companies so that we could create new pathways and hikes. And generally speaking, micro-reserves are funded through the offsets and donations of the visitors, the direct donations of businesses, the grants from the administration, and the volunteers that work on the dry stone. So what have we achieved? Well, not much, because 2020 and 2021 were tough years, and we had IT problems because we are not experts in everything. But about 160 participants, 7,700 euros, and 170 students were able to get close to our biodiversity. But then the pandemic came. We had always taken care of our community, but of course there are jealousies in small villages, and we said, okay, that's not possible. We need to meet, and we need to be more self-sufficient, because we cannot depend on the other side of the world. So this is a 50-inhabitant village. We created an association. We are over 250 members to work on the self-sufficiency of the community. The first project... Sorry, I'm speaking a lot. So basically we organized a community veggie garden. It's a local development project based on food sovereignty and agroecology with 3 work streams. We recovered 4,000 square meters of veggie garden that was abandoned. It's been given to the association for 10 years, and these veggie gardens feed our village. All municipal gardens become veggie gardens, which can be a tourism resource in the long run. And then this hike network that we have recovered, well, we value the edible wild species so that our neighbors can use them again. 1 minute, okay, I'm nearly there. Well, as you've seen, sorry, well, I've gone too far. Okay, here. Sorry, I'm nervous. So we have started working on these veggie gardens, recovering these orchards. It's not only about feeding the inhabitants, but also regaining the social spaces, the bar, the veggie gardens. We have hens, community hens. And finally, my last slide, I think that accommodations isolated from their communities, that's not a luxury. The future are open, connected accommodations where things happen that reflect the local culture, which is what people want, and where we collaborate with small companies. We organize exhibitions, association meetings. We offer free services. It's the bar of the village. We really offer many services to the residents, so we try to raise awareness and refurbish our village. We are the tourist information office of the village and the region, and we offer general information about everything, really. So just like Maria Jose?
Yes.
So these were ideas, but of course without people this would have been impossible, and without heart we need people who love the land and the community. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I took too long.
Thank you very much. That was like bam, 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 bam. So it's inspiration with a machine gun, something like that. So no, but I think it was really great because I think you could see the power of local. So your last slide summed it up, and also that what you said at the start, that tourism is not in a silo, but it's integrated in the community, and you show how it works on a local level, where we often struggle maybe on the higher levels, but I think it's such a really wonderful example and fitting so well. Maybe, because we have some time, I say we have a little bit less than half an hour, a little bit more than 20 minutes. Maybe you can stick to like 5 minutes or something with your opening statements, but I think there's also interlinkage because you're going to be more with the social parts. We have like different links into different topics, so I think it will be interesting. And if you have questions already, maybe you place them, but then we save them until you have all given your reflections. Okay? So, Irene, it's yours.
Jo també parlaré en català.
Abans de res, moltes gràcies per convidar-me. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here to tell you who we are, Impact Hub, and which is our vision on regenerative and sustainable tourism.
M'he quedat molt impressionada amb les dues
I'm highly impressed by the two cases. Congratulations to you both. I will share some reflections with you later. Let me tell you who we are. Impact Hub. We are the network of social entrepreneurship communities, the biggest one in the world. We are in 50 different countries. We are more than 100 hubs in the 5 different continents. We promote an impactful economy in cities in a globally connected manner through the hub network that we have.
Doncs a través de 3 línies. Per una banda, acompanyem i impulsem els emprenedors socials que estan intentant promoure el canvi des dels seus petits projectes a nivell local. Per altra banda, creem i dinamitzem comunitats de tots aquests emprenedors i també organitzacions ja no tan startups o ja no tan petites que estan intentant promoure un canvi intern cap a l'impacte positiu de la seva activitat. I finalment acompanyem a organitzacions mitjanes o ja més aviat grans que s'han adonat que ja no es poden quedar amb el discurs de la intenció de que hem de fer alguna cosa per sumar-nos tots a aquesta transformació, que no ens podem quedar enrere, que no podem no incloure la sostenibilitat i l'impacte positiu de les nostres accions com a organitzacions i els ajudem a reduir la bretxa entre la intenció i l'acció, que diem nosaltres, que al final jo crec que és també una de les raons per les quals avui estem aquí i està sent realment molt inspirant. L'emprenedor social té incorporada la sostenibilitat amb una visió a llarg termini, integra la voluntat de tenir un impacte positiu, social, mediambiental i òbviament econòmic des del principi de la definició del seu propòsit. I tot això, aplicat al turisme, és tremendament beneficiós. Incorporar aquest triple balanç, el social, el mediambiental i l'econòmic, des de l'essència de tots els projectes. I la medició d'impacte és fonamental per tenir controlat això. Us poso un exemple. Seré una mica polèmica potser, però crec que tots ens farem una idea de per què ho poso. Airbnb va néixer com un projecte amb un propòsit preciós que era regenerar l'activitat en les ciutats a través d'implicar a la ciutadania en ser hosts, en ser els que acullen els que venen de fora a visitar les nostres ciutats. Feia molt més accessible el turisme perquè l'acostava a aquelles persones que potser mai es podien pagar un hotel. I què ha passat amb Airbnb? Airbnb ha deshumanitzat els centres de les nostres grans ciutats. Quanta gent jove hem marxat a viure fora de la nostra ciutat on hem nascut i on hem viscut i on hem crescut forced to just leave our cities because there are too many tourist flats that big companies have bought and they are commercializing or trading through Airbnb.
No vull dir que és Airbnb qui ho ha provocat, però potser sí que el que ha passat és que ens hem perdut en no mesurar què estava passant com a conseqüència d'haver impulsat una iniciativa que era tan noble d'entrada. Per això em sembla important destacar la importància de mesurar l'impacte de les coses que fem. L'èxit d'una estratègia de turisme sostenible i regeneratiu també passa única i exclusivament per passar per medir correctament, però no només correctament, sinó holística i exhaustivament l'impacte que generem amb les nostres accions, i ja no només com a grans empreses o com a administracions, sinó també com a ciutadans. Però no només mesurar, sinó també la governança, que és la taula en la que el panell en el que estem parlant nosaltres. Si mesurem i coneixem quin impacte estem tenint, però qui dirigeix no s'ho creu, no serveix de res. Llavors, aquest apunt sobre la medició d'impacte lligat a la governança que no poden anar separats. I no sé si em queda algun minut. Segueixo fins que no em Nosaltres des d'Impact Hub com recolzem a les organitzacions per convertir-se en més sostenibles o per reduir aquesta bretxa entre la intenció i l'acció. Doncs tenim des d'Impact Hub un programa que li diem Actua Sostenible, que el que fem és comptem amb una eina digital que permet a les organitzacions fer un autodiagnòstic d'on estan en matèria dels aspectes de governança, socials i mediambientals. Molts cops les organitzacions no saben per on començar perquè no tenen la fotografia de com estan respecte a com haurien d'estar. Llavors aquesta eina digital ens permet fer aquest autoanàlisi i aquest autoanàlisi acaba amb un informe final amb recomanacions.
That ends up with a final report with recommendations. So you are here, in order to be more sustainable, you should be here. What do you need to do to reach this point, and how are we going to accompany you? And this is the proposal that we have in order to accompany the organizations and the change.
No em vull enrotllar molt més, però sí que llenço la pregunta que en comptes d'anar individualment, llenço una pregunta en general i si després tenim temps,
and if we have time, we can talk a little bit more about it. It's a question for the two of you. I would like that we reflect a little bit upon how scalability really affects sustainability in tourism, in the tourism industry. Of course, I have my own opinion, but I would like to know what you think about that. When we really escalate initiatives that can have a very positive intention, when we scale up these initiatives, but then they become massive, things change. So is this compatible? Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Now we go on. I think it's so very relevant. I think I don't need to need to intervene or sum up. And with the scalability, I think it's a very good question which we can touch later. Maybe Alicia, if you can, I'm not sure, very briefly about the Travel Foundation, but maybe more like relating the cases that you have in mind, and maybe that we have also talked about partnership, about stewardship, that you share, but also by relating to what we have heard throughout the day today.
I will.
And short. so
short.
Lots of pressure.
Short, and maybe we can better move into the conversation and the chat between us. I'm Alicia Fajardo. I'm a sustainable tourism consultant, and currently I'm working with the Travel Foundation, which is an international organization working in sustainable tourism in different countries, and building capacity building and enhancing initiatives for collective action in different aspects, as in climate change and equality in tourism, and we are
developing now different initiatives and different projects in these areas and leading some of them, like Glasgow Declaration, as Marta mentioned before. And that's how we are working towards this collective action and movement. I think that the two cases we have seen here that I'm impressive. It's amazing the work you are doing in this region, and now that we are now here to talk about collaboration and governance towards this regenerative model. I think that it links with your initiative that the need that all the tourism ecosystem in the destination share a common vision and same values. Working. If we want to work towards a regenerative model, as been said before, the complexity of the tourism sector and the challenges we are facing, not only as a sector, but as a society, they cannot be faced alone, and we cannot continue working in silos as we used to do in the tourism sector. So now collaboration and cooperation is key, and it's incredible what you've been doing in this area in this sense, and also applying a holistic view and opening the doors to other sectors. We are a transversal phenomenon, not a proper sector. We are a social phenomenon, and we need to talk to another sectors and hear other voices and voices that human are not human, like nature, like future generations that they are not traditionally listened to. And I think that in this sense it is important that this common vision may relate to a role of stewards of the tourism stakeholders in the destination. This shared value may be the protection, the restoration, and the regeneration of the very resources that allows the tourism activity and also the prosperity of communities in a broad sense, not only relating to people but also to nature. And precisely this is what we work on from the Trial Foundation. We are now helping destinations to develop their destination stewardship plans, bringing together tourism stakeholders to build and create this common vision and a shared goal for protecting the destination and the future of tourism in the place. Maybe I've talked too much.
No.
No.
I mean, we can do it more. I mean, you all fire away all the messages, but we can also do it in bits and pieces, so however you prefer. So if you want to say something now, keep on for a minute.
I think I will.
Or the questions.
Yeah, a question. How it is for you, Mireia? That seems like you are leading a pathway during these 20 years. How it is? What challenges have you faced in this different way of perform in tourism, and how is collaboration with the public sector? Do they understand you, your vision? How is the relation with competitors that maybe don't share your vision? And how have you found this way.
Can we collect that one? Because I think that one we give to Mireia, and then we give the one with scaling up to Giorgio. Yep. But then it's Jeremy first. And also, I think maybe just also to see how the dynamic here works. We have really different angles of looking at the cases, of looking at the things. So it's really, we want to be as widely inspirational to everybody as possible. So you can also catch the people. They are real, they are here. So if you want to speak with them at lunch because they have inspired you, you can go ahead. And I should remind you, I was reminded to remind you, you can also interact with the Slido. I think it's not up anywhere, but the number, I looked it up again, is 3959959. So it's quite, by the end of the day, you should have all memorized. And I saw there were also 2 questions, but they were also like a little bit discussing with each other, so that's also good. So if the discussion there solves itself, so we don't have to place the questions here, which is quite nice. But now, with this interlude, Jeremy, please.
Yes, thanks a lot for inviting me here to take place of this in this debate, and it was very interesting for me always to learn from what's happening, both from destinations perspectives, but as well from actors that are within or outside the tourism sector, and trying also to support the change that is needed. Just to briefly introduce what we are doing, because I think this can explain a bit what we can share. So we are a citizen-driven think and do tank. So we are aiming to assess and reflect on what's happening towards sustainability transitions and also to support actions. So we are based here in Barcelona. We actually started as a grassroots organizations 15 years ago, trying to educate people, local citizens, on the energy use and the clean mobility, including the use of bike. So it was, one decade ago. And then we saw that we need to move beyond individual actions because it takes too long, unfortunately. And because we need such a change that this should be a structural, systemic change. So we started working on public policies. And now we're really focusing on public policies, so working also with the private sectors, obviously, and with universities. So we're doing research in different kind of businesses and policies, but trying to really see what are the drivers, the barriers, and the drivers to accelerate, because we need to accelerate here. It's just a question of changing, and we need to, and just to correct very briefly what has been said just before, by 2030, we need to reach 55% of CO2 equivalent reductions, unfortunately, not for 45. That's a all Fit for 55 climate package that is being pushed by European Commission, and I was very pleased to hear our European colleague from Brussels, because tourism so far was not part and is not fully part of the competencies of European Commission, right, for different reasons. But they are understanding that they need to support, to give a framework for the tourism industry, which is, between 10 to 50% of the GDP, depending on the regions, in Europe. So this is a huge industry, and so far that has been, mainly led by private sectors. So just to say softly, and I'm very pleased to see that, now we can identify public authorities that are moving beyond being marketing tools towards managing and even anticipating and maybe hopefully protecting and monitoring. So this is going to come. But we need to reduce by 2030, 55% of carbon reductions, and we need to reach, by the way, by 2050, 95, a bit more 95, depends how you count the CO2 emissions, our economy. This is huge. This is, I am working a lot with European Commission on climate policy, so mainly on, I'm coming from the energy sectors, and there is a huge process to, to move from, the codependency and carbon-intensive industry towards a clean one. It takes a long time, it takes decades. And unfortunately, tourism is coming a bit late. right? It was not part of the Paris Agreement. We have now, fortunately, the Glasgow Declaration, which was the first one to put tourism as a hotspot of carbon emissions. We have seen numbers between 5% up to 8% of global carbon emissions. It depends how you count airlines emissions, and I can tell you, unfortunately, we don't have good news. We estimate that it could be twice the level that was so far integrated due to non-CO2 factor emissions. So it's a bit technical, but I think this is going to be discussed at the COP27, and I know tourism will be part of the COP27, and this is a very good news, because we need to engage tourism and travel industry, because as it has been shown by the excellent work in Valencia and other destinations, including Barcelona, most of the carbon emissions are coming from mobility, right? If we, by definition, a tourist needs to move from one place to another place. Otherwise, it's not technically, a tourist. And we know that between 80% for Valencia of the carbon emissions are due to transport and mobility. For Barcelona city, it is up to 90%. So how do you tackle that? 90%, mainly driven by air travels. So this is a huge challenge. And actually, even the airlines industry is now saying, and I'm quoting a very well-known CEO of one of the largest airport companies this week, saying that we will need between 20 and 30 years to electrify or decarbonize the airlines industry, which means, and I'm quoting, but we need to moderate the use of air travels. So, this is coming now, and it's going to, I know the industry is investing a lot, technology might, happen in 10, 15, 20 years, but it's going to take some time. So really, we need to start moving very quickly, and I know, and we are working with the Catalan government to try also to build a kind of collective commitment on climate actions. And I think this is key, the governance. And just to come back, we're actually working a lot on governance, in particular in what we call the blue tourism, so the tourism that is located near the coast, which is heavily impacted by the sea level rise and the climate events. And we also know that there's going to be a lot of what we call stranded assets, right? If you have a resort that is built very near the sea and very nice, sand areas, so maybe in 5 or 10 years, it's going to disappear. So how you deal with that? How do you support the industry to move? How do you, maybe you have to train them, maybe you have to incentivize the change in terms of adaptation, but also maybe you have to, to phase out, like for the energy industry, we had to phase out a lot of carbon and now gas power plants in a context which is very complicated with the geopolitical tensions. But we have to move this direction. So I think to involve and to engage with, with local communities, with big businesses, small one, SMEs, integrate the whole value chain. So trying not to think only what's happening within your region or within your destinations, but the dependencies, the interlinkages with other regions or other sectors. And we actually been working quite a lot in Barcelona and also with the city of Barcelona to see how also the tourism strategy is being integrated and is being integrating as well other non-tourism policies related to housings. You mentioned that. Related to water management or waste management, related to also cultural differences and integrations. Barcelona, we all know it's a very diverse cities, and depending where you go, this is a very different, local context. So you don't have one single Barcelona. Maybe you've got 10 or 15 different destinations within Barcelona. So how you manage that? Right? It is complicated, and I don't have any answers. But I think if we do share our knowledge and our practices, maybe we can have a way to accelerate this transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was another shake, which is good. And I think I had somewhere in my questions if we can somehow separately see like the social part, which is like with the well-being of the community, and the climate change part. And it becomes very obviously there is no way of thinking this separately. So this becomes very clear to me. But let's, I mean, it's almost lunchtime, but let's take 5 minutes. That means 2 for you, both of you, to get back to the questions. So Mireia, maybe just 2 minutes on the challenges you have encountered on the way, maybe especially in these partnerships and in convincing, and then maybe to you afterwards with the scaling up, and then maybe me with a closing, very short closing.
Is it working? Yes.
Trying
to respond to your question. Well, we feel very small, and the administration does not listen to us, or it's very difficult for them to listen to us because they think we are utopians. I always say, if you believe in something, just move on, and they will come and fetch you in the future. So you have to make your dreams come true, as Maria José said. Everything is possible with less resources. Sometimes in our region, the administration is in awe regarding what we have achieved, thanks to the willpower of people. If we work together, we are many, we will get there. And it's important to work in a cross-cutting manner in the administration because tourism has to do with mobility, with landscaping, and we are used to working in silos. And everyone has a goal in mind, but if we work together, we go farther. Just by collaborating, we can speed up this change that is so much needed.
Super good. I think no more words to say. It's just like that. So now the scaling question, maybe.
It's inspiring.
Yeah.
Regarding scalability, I think it's an excellent question. It's one that we've been looking a lot at in Greenland and also seeking inspiration from Iceland. And one of the examples I often take regarding Iceland, because Iceland got the word, it grew from 500,000 tourists in 2010 to 2.2 million in 2018. And there was a lot of rumors about mass tourism and over-tourism, etc. But in reality, 2.2 million tourists isn't that much. And when we look at when mass tourism was a problem, it was more when we had 1.2 million tourists in Iceland than 2.2 million tourists, because we lacked infrastructure. We weren't ready to receive them. They were in parking spots. They were in pathways through nature. They were in toilets, etc., which meant that people were putting more pressure on nature because we didn't have the facilities. We didn't have the infrastructure. And this is why the focus in Greenland was, now we have 2 years now until the airports open up. And we need to use that time to develop the infrastructure. We need to put aside funds so that any individual, municipality, tour operator, etc., can apply for money to create that infrastructure so that you can spread tourists around. And I think I often take inspiration from Disney. And Disney usually has the image of being the opposite of what we're talking about here. It's artificial, it's over-tourism, etc. But there are 2 things they do brilliantly. One thing is for our next panel, and that's their storytelling. And then for this panel, it's their crowd management. And I think we really need to think about how we do that. And like in the case of Greenland, we are selling how this experience of being alone in nature, this feeling of being somewhere where you feel like you're the first person ever to step there. And there is, of course, a limit how many people you can sell that same experience in the same spot at the same time, because it's an oxymoron in a way. So it really brings back the focus on, okay, we need to design the experience, we need to get people away from the airports and spread them around the country, and we need to focus on slow travel. How do we make sure now that you stay longer in the same spot, instead of flying around to different destinations, you stay longer. We need to focus on purpose. What is the purpose of your travel? This is also very important when it comes to aviation. We need to cut down on aviation. For Iceland and Greenland, it's not an option to travel differently. But if we want to maintain the same economic impact and job creation, etc., from tourism, we need to focus on getting people there and getting them to stay longer. People who stay twice as long, then you just need half the number of tourists. It's an easy calculation. So that's another thing we need to focus on. What is the purpose of the visit? How do we create purpose? How do we create more? We focus on tourism that contributes either to yourself and your self-development, or to the development of the community that you're visiting, or even to science. In Greenland, that's very relevant. So one of the things that we were looking at in Greenland was citizen science. Can that be part of a tourism product? So these are the things that we're looking at to make scalability possible without the severe consequences on the regenerative concept.
Cool. Not much to say. I would like to put this word purpose, which is also the last one on our screen, into the next panel, because I think this is, it's the value-based, the purposeful marketing, honest marketing, and I think we can take that in mind, go to lunch, and start again with this in mind. So,
Can I say something else, just to finish?
Very briefly,
yeah.
Yes.
It's just a final reflection that I didn't say it before. Ho faré en català.
El turisme sostenible i regeneratiu només té una única via possible, i és que tot el sector treballi com una sola comunitat.
Sector works as one single community together with the local community. Basically putting the local development at the center of our purpose. That's it.
Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you very much for such inspiring cases and expert discussions, and for this brilliant moderation. Thank you very much. You're done so far. So we'd like to invite you to lunch, which will be served with delicious local food in the room, in the adjoining room, the Gaudi room, which is just there. But don't miss the opportunity to do some networking, to exchange your ideas, and share your thoughts and concerns, and ask all your questions, and also, of course, to relax. You have until 2:45. I would kindly ask you to be here at 2:45, because we have a lot of material, a lot of interesting material in the afternoon as well. So have a nice time. See you at 2:45. Enjoy. Thank you very much for your patience. And welcome back both to our live and virtual audience. We hope you had a great lunch and a great networking session. We couldn't think of a better way to resume the event than with a video showing the unique experience of Mr. Miguel Torres, president of the Familia Torres Winery, which I am sure will inspire you. Torres and Earth, our commitment to tackle climate change.
Dear friends, welcome to the conference on regenerative tourism organized by the Catalan Tourism Board. Well, I'm here to tell you maybe also what we are doing in the side of the vineyards, of the wine industry, to help, to contribute also to this big challenge that we have for the near future. I think we are, all the wine growers, we are confronted with climate change. And the consequences, you know very well what is happening, especially last summer with incredible temperatures. But we know that right now that we are not going to reach the Paris Agreement. At the end of this century, the limit of the increase of the temperatures of 1.5 degrees, maximum 2 degrees, will be almost impossible. Well, so we have a challenge with the climate change. And I was fortunate many years ago to see this movie by Al Gore called An Inconvenient Truth, probably 12 years ago. And then I was shocked by the movie, and I said to myself and to my wife, we got to do something, because we live from the earth, and the vines are there, and we are going to suffer also, especially the consequences of this new situation. That's why we started a program with we call Torres Earth, that has been lasting until today. And this program has three basic points. First is to adapt. We have to adapt to the new situation. We cannot change the increase of the temperatures, but we have to be consequent. Second, we have to try to mitigate our emissions, reduce our production of greenhouse gases. And third, we also try, and we will try to influence other wineries to do the same. So with the idea of adapting, well, we have changed our viticulture practices. We have to delay the ripening, the maturation of the grapes, because with the warming, the trend is that the harvest arrives earlier, and this is no good for the quality. We don't want this. We want to delay the harvest, the ripening of the grapes. So we are doing all kind of ideas like irrigation, like reducing the canopy, like leaving more leaves in every vine, in order to reduce the photosynthesis and therefore delay the ripening. In order to mitigate sorry, I forgot to say that in order to adapt also, we bought land more than 10 years ago near to the Pyrenees, near Trem. We bought 150 hectares, and there we planted several vines, and today these vines up there, they help us a lot. They now make wonderful wines, and they have much higher acidity and freshness sometimes than the wines we produce here in the valley. So this was a good adaptation to this, and we still have more land at a higher altitude in order to confront the future. So also, you know, we started a program many years ago on the recuperation of the ancestral varieties that were lost during phylloxera in the 19th century. And, you know, with many, many years of work, we managed to get today more than 60 of these old Catalans. And some of them, at least 6 or 7, are very interesting in quality terms. And even, you know, sometimes, not always, they have a late ripening, which means, you know, they will be better adapted to the new situation with the higher temperatures. So this another point. Of course, in order to mitigate, we are using a lot of renewable energies. We have already, I think this year we reached 50% of our total electricity. 50% will be produced with our photovoltaic panels and also with the biomass boiler. So this, we are going to continue to have more photovoltaic panels. Of course, many years ago, we reduced the weight of the bottles. And, well, we keep, you know, experimenting. One of these experiments has been to capture the CO2 from fermentation, from the wines fermenting. All the wines fermenting, they produce CO2. This CO2, though, we have to say, is a natural CO2, that the vine has been taken from the troposphere, from the atmosphere, before, with photosynthesis. And then afterwards, at fermentation, part of this goes up again. Well, the idea came, you know, many years ago, 5 years ago, why don't we try to capture the CO2? What could we do with it? Well, it happens that, you know, every winery in the world buys CO2 from the chemical industry in order to avoid the oxidation of the vines after the fermentation, have a blanket of inert gas on top of the tanks. So, of course, you know, if we could capture the CO2 from the fermentation, it would be ideal, because then we could replace the CO2 from the chemical industry. This year we managed already to capture 20 tons, and we plan to increase this to at least 100 tons. And if this, you know, goes to every wine in Spain, this could mean millions of tons, and maybe, you know, other countries of the world. So there is a possibility, you know, reusing or reutilizing the CO2 that can be captured at fermentation. Well, finally, we have made, you know, an effort also to influence other wineries. The idea is that we would like to have, you know, wine as a symbol in the future of the resistance against climate change, of this rebellion, you know, that we don't want to accept this world that is, you know, being conducted to it by by so much use of oil. Imagine 85% of the total energy in the world is done with oil and gas and coal. We have to change that, otherwise this is going to disaster. So, okay, we created 3 years ago a group called International Wineries for Climate Action, which a strong protocol, and little by little, wineries have been joining us. We started Jackson from California and Torres. Today, we are already 37 wineries. So we are proud, that this was like, an experiment, but this, came out real well. So I also like to say a word about regenerative viticulture, something that my son has been pioneering. We have already made this association for the regenerative viticulture, which has the target and the idea of recovering the quality of the soils, and eventually also maybe storing some carbon in the soil. Well, finally, I like to say that 2 points. First, because we are in a Congress of Tourism, we need to have maybe a different tourism. We have to think that in the future, flying planes, flying will not be considered as convenient because of the climate change, because of the warming, because of the emissions, right? So, of course, we have to, and we will see this a trend towards less flying of people. So our tourism has to be prepared for that. And the best thing I think we can do is to offer in our regions a landscape where they can see that we use renewable energies, that we are making an effort to reduce emissions. I know this in Catalonia especially, sometimes it's difficult because some people think that having photovoltaic panels goes against tourism. I always disagree with that. And I say it helps because today visitors, they like to see this. They like to see that we are getting a change, that we are adapting to the new situation created by climate change. Well, and then finally, I think if we want to have some solution for this problem, for the climate change problem, we need politics to be involved. And we need politicians to agree. I cannot see, any other possibility, because if one government, right now maybe, takes some steps in order to reduce emissions, right, and then is criticized by the alternative, by the opposition, we are going nowhere. So let's have a common point between, the right, the left, whatever, and find out a proposal that can be accepted by our parliaments in Europe and make it to work out. Brussels has shown us already that there is a possibility. Since some years ago, already Brussels has declared that Europe is going to be carbon neutral by 2050. And I think it's 50% reduction on the emissions by 2035. So this is a program for the European Union, and we have to have now every country, and of course Spain, Catalonia, to go in that direction. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the symposium and your visit to Catalonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres, for sharing your valuable experience, your pioneer spirit, and your awareness with us. For the third panel of the meeting, Developing an Honest Marketing When Business and Values Are Compatible, we have Mr. Ulf Sonntag, who is again going to be our moderator, as well as the panelists, Mrs. Kat Lever, Head of Brand and Content of Visit Scotland, Mrs. Angela Bustillos, Chief Marketing of Explorint, Mrs. Carlota Roset, Director of Wine Tourism of the Familia Torres Winery, and Mrs. Mónica Santaeulalia, Head of Tourism Model and Research from the Catalan Tourist Board. But before giving the floor to Ulf, I'd like to introduce the keynote speech of Mr. Eduardo Santander, CEO of the European Travel Commission, who will share the European vision, trends, and practices on sustainable tourism marketing with us. He will be connecting online, also from Brussels. Hi there.
Hello, buona tarde.
When you're ready, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Thank you so much. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation to the government of Catalonia and the tourism agency of Catalonia, and absolutely to Nextour for this great initiative. When we're talking about sustainable marketing, honest marketing, we are talking about a change of paradigm. We heard from the gentleman from Bodegas Torres, from the Torres winery, that even wine production has to change. So if even wine has to change, and probably tourism will have to change and will have to transform and regenerate in a massive way. What it's all about is, about having a more honest marketing approach. Well, I'm just going to try to explain you and summarize in 8-10 minutes what we have been doing in the last 5-8 years. Even before the pandemic, we were talking about this with Nextour, but also with Catalonia, to develop a better tourism, better places to live, better places to visit. This is a slogan that came out of also of a beautiful venue in Barcelona too. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Europe is still today the destination #1 worldwide. But it is all about volume and growth. Maybe this last year, we cannot take it as a benchmark, because we know that 2022 was a year of adjustment, a year of survival. But what is next? What is next in these transitional pathways, in this process of transformation? So we know that more and more destinations are starting to ask this fundamental question. At the European Travel Commission, we did as ourselves already that before starting with this new marketing approach. So we learned that despite in all rankings #1, the Europe's brand, the brand that's Europe as a destination, the appeal was too generic when compared to other world regions. So the research told us that 62% of all searches related to tourism for Europe come from new visitors, not people that have been here. This is actually an indicator of a volume-driven promotion, which attracts visitors who just like to take pictures at the must-see landmarks of Europe. And that was not good at all. So based on these findings, since 2017, ETC has initiated a transition towards a new way of segmenting our target audience and marketing destination Europe, which it shifted from what we call geographic-based segmentations, or the so-called markets, the US markets, the Chinese markets, as if all Americans or Chinese were the same person, to predominantly a global and passion-based segmentation. Passion being culture, passion being architecture, passion being bird watching, if you want, sports events. And this means that we see people with the same passion across markets. That was the first change. Brand Europe is made out of stories of all possible experiences that visitors can enjoy here, instead of the sum of its capital cities or landmarks. Let's go away of that option of let's come to visit Europe, where it's just London, Rome, Barcelona, if you want, Paris, and so on and so on. This approach matches the current global trend, by the way, of themed travel. We have seen this in Southeast Asia. We have seen this in North America. We're seeing that in Latin America now. It's Europe that actually has to set the example here and become the leader, not being the #1 in numbers, but the best in practice. Rather than consuming travel as a product of this major site, travelers today want to embark on niche tours, combining destinations and sharing a common theme. This is not something that we are saying. We do that through secondary research, really asking real people what they want to do when they come to Europe. We target only free independent travelers, the so-called FITs, with interest in nature and outdoors, history and ancestry, and culture and urban experiences. These are our 3 major passions groups. As you see, they are very broad, so there's a lot of room there for many different passions, sub-passions, and likes and dislikes. So, but our ambition is that to promote this thematic experience globally. This thematic segmentation also allows ETC to offer more tailor-made marketing programs to our partners, either public or private. Catalonia has been one of our privileged partners since 2018, where we started applying this way of marketing in China and in the United States. Since 2018, ETC, actually, with the support of the European Commission, I know you were addressed this morning by Maria Helene Pradin, has co-funded 18 campaigns involving more than 100 public and private partners. ETC matches the financial contribution that our partners, either national, regional offices, or private companies. This is also an appeal to everybody in the room or looking at this online, that there is a new opportunity outside there on our website, for us to co-finance your honest marketing activity for 2023. I would like also to give you an example. Last year we ran, and last year again, it was a very, very particular one. We ran the Open Up to Europe campaign that ETC, together with more than 30 partners, launched last summer to stimulate pent-up demand for intra-European travel. We had also to adapt. As you know, European tourism ran on two things. First, aviation, that we know we have to tackle, but it's not in the realm of our expertise here. But also it runs on intra-European movement. 85% of European arrivals, it's Europeans, are people like you and me traveling within the European landscape. The campaign Open Up to Europe coincided at the start of the campaign with the rollout of the EU COVID certificate. It targeted travelers interested in nature, culture, history, and gastronomy, alike from 14 EU member states. So it was a completely cross-cutting and intersectorial. This campaign was a great success and supported the industry to join forces to inspire and inform Europeans to get back to travel. We were able to measure that consumers that were exposed to the campaign performed more than 4.4 million flight and hotel online searches. So there was a huge conversion there too that could also be transmitted into value, to operators and to the supply part of our value chain. Well, responsible marketing can influence visitor behavior and create and improve experiences. Yes or no? We believe yes. The key pillar of this campaign was promoting a new way of traveling post-COVID to Europeans, such as consider an alternative way of traveling. We push low train travel, family trips by rail, or seeking out lesser-known destinations. Now also from our colleagues from Catalonia that, there is a huge effort in promoting, the interior part of Catalonia and lesser-known destinations of the beautiful region. So looking ahead, and to boost consumer awareness about sustainability in tourism and hospitality, the EU should invest more in promotion and awareness raising of green and responsible tourism practice, both in Europe and in key long-haul source markets. We hear today, by the way, this is very fresh news of Friday, that China will be probably reopening first, to their bordering countries, but, probably in the new year, it will be international travel allowed again. So we'll be looking back again at, how can we practice this new holistic approach with regards to marketing, to honest marketing, cross-cutting, passion-driven country, research-based marketing, to also to China. And again, we're not going to be marketing the country only. It's going to be, again, done globally, trying also to reach them, of course. Now, collective pan-European promotional actions and public-private partnership will be necessarily strengthen positive trends in the post-pandemic environment. For instance, we need to educate travelers and promoting collective and sustainable choices of transport where possible. It's not possible everywhere. There are places where, there are no trains. There are remote places where there's no modes of transport except in the car to arrive with. But, we have to make a huge focal point to contribute to reduce emissions caused by the industry. We also have a responsibility, let's admit. Now, much has been said in the last years about sustainability and competitiveness. And, these are more than words here. We know probably it has been heavily discussed during the conference about the transition pathway from the European Commission, Fit for 55, all macro initiative from the European Union to tackle the issue of moving to a more green and digital economy, which now obviously lives in an age as we call it, like it's like a festival of crisis, because it's one after the other, and in a very we move in very difficult and uncertain times. It's very difficult to plan any activities, even to change strategies and to change approaches without knowing what's next. But this is exactly what we're trying to do with this new change of paradigm. Without the social, environmental, and economic aspect being considered, a destination may risk losing what made it attractive to tourists in the first place. And as a result, will eventually go into decline. I know Nextur is working very, very good and hard with the regions in improving that part. Again, it's a place, it's more than the visitors or what it's offered to them. And it's also about the quality of the tourism offer. We heard from last summer that because of lack of labor force and a lot of disruption, there was a lack of quality too. There was a lot of good numbers, but at the same time, people were not so happy because they had to pay more money and receive less. So consumer trends are rapidly evolving with an accelerated demand for nature and well-being experience and a heightened awareness of the need for sustainable approaches. Addressing these needs will be the prerequisite of success in more competitive environments shaped by post-COVID travel. Now, just a few data here. The last Eurobarometer survey indicates that 82% of Europeans are willing to change their travel habits. So there is appetite. There is appetite for more sustainable practice. But again, that doesn't mean that it is now the mainstream wish of every end consumer. This includes consuming locally sourced products, reducing waste and water consumption, traveling off-season to less visited destinations, and choosing transport options based on their ecological impact. Again, this is still very niche. We need to move from that kind of concept that tourism is a global margin revenue-driven to a cross-cutting sector that it's going to affect or be affected by many other decisions from the transportation sector, from the education sector, obviously needless to mention from the energy and geopolitical policies. Now, key interest in selecting destinations, clear, and here is a huge message for destination is nature. 41% of the research that we're talking about refer to nature of their favorite or motivation, or the biggest motivation to travel to Europe. Culture is the second one, and the third is that they are ready to pay more to support local communities and their local environment. So similar patterns, and this was another, just one more data, and I close it there. The European Investment Bank back in 2020 found that 72% of American respondents and 84% of Chinese respondents believe that their own behavior can make a difference in tackling climate change. See, there is more broadly, consumers are reporting that they are increasingly influenced by ethical issues. This is, the climate emergency. It's something that it cannot be avoided. And despite the fact that, if you allow me, maybe to go on holiday in our minds, still is a very hedonistic, a very egoistic action of treat yourself and maybe do in a few days everything that you normally don't do during your normal and life, are not part of our habits. We have to move from exactly that part. It's a behavioral change. It's a psychological change. It's not an engineering change. We know how to stop climate change, but we need to convince the people also to participate in this process. Again, this applies to travel and tourism too, where a number of consumer-driven trends are demonstrating increasing interest to embrace sustainable tourism practice. All right, so I'm gonna, just not to go over time and to leave the panelists the floor, just to end with a huge optimism. We live in very complicated times, but it's always been like that. If we go back to the 80s, we had already an oil peak there announced. Then 92, 93 in Catalonia probably was very much felt after the Olympic Games in Barcelona, after the Expo, 92. It was a huge recession and inflation also in Spain and beyond, in the rest of the world too. 9/11, big hit for tourism. Other terror attacks later in the 2000s. and a pandemic that actually caused that 2 years of business and of opportunities and of developments and improvements. And here we are again. So again, tourism will prevail, but prevailing and sustainability has to come with the question, with the personal question, what do we want to sustain? Do we want to sustain an old model with this absolutely expired that we know it's not working any longer for the future of our children? Or do we want to invest in this honest approach, if you want, and start telling uncomfortable truths and selling also products accordingly? So I leave you with those thoughts. Thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor today. I wish you all very good work and good luck to each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, for your valuable remarks. And it's your turn now, Uf. The floor is yours.
Yeah, my turn is to invite Silvia from the Catalan Tourist Board, Director of Alliances and Commercial Relations, to give us this input, teaser from the Catalan perspective.
Yeah, very short. Thank you very much. Thank you to be here. We'll continue with the last panel of the day. I will do it in Catalan, okay? So, des de Catalunya contribuïm a la creació...
From Catalonia, we try to contribute to the experiences of value through alliances with companies that are committed with our region, companies that do not aspire to be the best in the world, but the best for this world. And I think this is a key aspect. The Torres family is a key example, and the president, the chairman, explained it very well in the former video. The idea is to foster the agreements of the Catalan Tourist Board. We want to accompany companies in the transformation process towards a more responsible kind of tourism. So we build relationships based on shared principles along the strategy established by the Catalan Tourist Board and in the different international markets. This way, we have moved from product marketing to value marketing. And we would like to know firsthand today your experience as to how you make it compatible, the destination, company businesses, and these regeneration values that are so important for our society. Thank you.
We have to wait to the translation to finish, so we're sorry we're a little bit late to say goodbye. Thank you very much, Silvia. And now I think now is the time that the video should start, because we have a small video like getting the floor. No, we don't have the Scottish video. So the idea was you go there and we have the Scottish landscapes in the back, so you have to imagine that now. Now you see it now. That's Harry Potter, huh?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Kat from Scotland, and I think she's talking about exactly what I think you probably have like the same kind of job, if I'm not mistaken. So you're taking and sharing the example how you're doing things in Scotland.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'm not going to make you watch the video, it's just there in the background to set the context of what Scotland is. But bona tarda, thank you very much for having me here today. My name's Kat Lever. I head up brand and content within marketing at Visit Scotland. And we absolutely believe in tourism as a force for good. So all about this statement of building better places to live and to visit. And to set the context a little bit, we are a relatively small country with a relatively, although not compared to Greenland, small population, so 6 million-ish. And tourism is a really, really important contributor to our economy. So it brings in about 14 million visitors every single year. They spend, or they put in about 5% of our GDP. That's the value of the tourism to us. And they create about 7 to 10% of our jobs as well. So it's a really, really important contributor to our economy. I'm not going to dwell on these too much, but they're up there for context for you. So our vision is very much to be a 21st century leader in responsible tourism, so building thriving communities and a thriving responsible industry. And from that, we've developed both our strategic framework, which is responding to the context that we've spoken in detail about today, and our responsible tourism strategy, which is based around 4 key pillars of inclusion, so accessible tourism, our natural and cultural heritage, thriving communities, and a low-carbon economy. And Scotland has set some of the most ambitious targets in the world around that, so aiming to be not just carbon neutral, but greenhouse gas neutral by 2045, and then bringing those forward in our revisions. Thank you very much. Better? So our strategic vision, as I said, it adapts every few years, and from that we have our key enablers. So what do we use? We have people at the absolute core of everything we do. So our people are our core asset, and behind that is the data and the technology. So the tools and the insight that allow us to listen to what is happening around us and respond, because we do not operate in isolation. And I think that tourism is perfectly placed for honest marketing, as we're calling it today, because we have to reflect what is going on around us and the identity of our place and our people. So underneath all of that is our values proposition, and that is very much what all of our marketing is then built upon. But to set the context a little bit, so we have spoken at length today about the kind of strategic context in which we're all operating, COVID-19 having a devastating impact on our industry, and then us all working through recovery to try and reclaim that market share and rebuild that visitor economy. But what we're really focused on is doing that in the most sustainable way possible. So it's not just about driving volume back, it's about driving the right type of tourism. So matching supply and demand, making sure we're sending the right types of visitors to the right places for longer, spending more money in the right way. So that requires a really holistic approach with industry, with government, with businesses, with the communities, and with the visitors themselves to make sure that we are listening to what they want on both sides and responding to that. Within that, what's really interesting is we've talked a lot about cooperation and collaboration, so looking beyond your own place. And I think Scotland, again, we've led the charge on some of those areas. So we established the Government Wellbeing Group back in 2018, and that brought initially together Iceland, New Zealand and Scotland to look at how we drove forward to becoming a wellbeing economy. And off the back of that, that has grown, so more governments have become involved. But we've also, the government has launched the National Strategy for Economic Transformation. It's a mouthful. But it's all about what can we do over the next decade to really capitalise on the opportunities to become a wellbeing economy. And why that's important in the context of today is it moves us from valuing our economy in just financial terms to thinking about it as a well-being of our people. And that really sets the tone for everything we then do in the public sector, that we are no longer measured purely on our financial return, but also on what we do to contribute to the well-being of our people in our place. So that's absolutely important. And from that, we then developed the Scotland Outlook 2030, and that was a strategy developed with the public sector, with the tourism sector and with the private sector to look at what we wanted to do with tourism in Scotland. So a very comprehensive and collaborative approach, again, to make sure that it reflected not just what we wanted to do, but what the industry needed and what Scotland needed. And from that, responsible tourism came out, not surprisingly, front and centre. So it was all about what can we do to put our communities, our environment, our places, and our people at the forefront of everything that we do. So, it's not the sexiest example. In fact, it's quite a dirty example of marketing, really. It's some of the challenges that came out. So in 2020, off the back of the first lockdown, as we came out of that and we sought to help the industry recover, we faced some quite particular challenges. And I know, speaking to a few of you over the last day or so, many others have experienced this too. So it was a perfect storm of beautiful weather, so warm and sunny, the lockdown being removed, people being very eager to get back out, connect with friends and family and enjoy the great outdoors. And what it resulted in was large volumes of people going to hotspots and some quite irresponsible behaviours. So some of these drawn out here. But we saw a lot of people flocking to our coasts, to our countryside, and doing things like camping, which on the surface is fantastic and we want to encourage. However, there was some not so desirable behaviours going along with that, like leaving tents in the loch with our Highland cows. Littering, there was issues with parking, people leaving camper vans in people's driveways, so not being considerate of the communities or the spaces they were in, amongst many, many other challenges. And what happened quite quickly was this became a problem that we had to deal with. And it was an interesting shift for us because Visit Scotland's main remit isn't to deal with visitor management challenges on the ground. We are ultimately a marketing body seeking to bring tourists into the country. But actually, if we want to be a responsible national tourism organisation, these are the kind of things we do need to address. So we had to get our thinking hats on and do things a little bit differently. And we needed a very strategic and very coordinated approach that was not just us saying, as the national body, we have all the answers, but it brought in all of the national partners, so the likes of our forestry commissions, our national parks, other local destination organisations, Police Scotland, Transport Scotland, so all these infrastructure and regulatory bodies on the ground, as well as destination bodies and community groups, so the likes of agritourism and farmers, people who were affected by these problems. They were the ones whose sheep were being chased by people letting their dog off the lead, or were having their animals disturbed by people camping in their fields or their crops. And so we brought these people together and we created a structured framework around that with a steering group that had all the MDs and CEOs and senior directors from across these groups who consulted with communities and industry. And then 3 operational groups. So there was the operations and coordination group, who had very much had the remit of managing the process behind this and the governance. A regulation and infrastructure group, so recognizing that there was only so much we could do from a marketing or a broadcasting perspective, and we needed things to happen on the ground, so services, we needed to put more rangers in place, etc. And then the education and marketing group, which is one that I chaired, and we'll go on to talk about what we did specifically in that. But I think what I'm hoping is very clear from this example is we were not operating in isolation. We absolutely could not. It was a holistic package where we looked at, well, what are the challenges we are facing? Let's come up with the solutions, and then let's do it collectively to make the best possible results. So we need to get the services, the infrastructure. We need to put bids into government for finances to get those rangers on the ground, etc. And then we need to do a bit of education and marketing. And so this sort of summarises our marketing approach in a very, very simplistic way. So as always, values driven. But the key to this, I think, number one was listening. So we really had to listen to what the challenges were and then work hard to understand them. So there's one thing hearing them, there's another thing doing something with them and truly understanding them. Thank you. So from that, we made sure we had very specific themes that we drew out, so we knew what the problem areas were and we could specifically address those in all the education and marketing collateral we pulled together. Second was this collaboration point, so making sure that we never assumed we had all the answers and we brought in others to the conversation at all times. So at the beginning, yes, we were the ones who had the resource. We had the people, we had the channels with reach, and we had some money that we could put behind it, so we dedicated some of our budget to it. However, that didn't mean we had all the answers. So we absolutely wanted to bring in all of those stakeholders to help be part of that. And part of the responsibility for us there then was making sure that the roles and responsibilities of each of those were really, really clear. Third was the message. So we created a messaging framework that meant that we were speaking with one voice. So we were saying the same thing. So it started very much with a domestic message, because at the time it was a bit of a domestic challenge. So we were still with some lockdown regulations in place. And that was about us. We still wanted to encourage the outdoors enjoyment and getting people out and about. We didn't want to curb that because that's what the industry needed. We needed people being back out there, but we wanted to do it in a responsible way. We know that telling people not to do things doesn't work. We know that giving them the stats about how terrible it is doesn't work. So instead, what we tried to do was instill some pride so that they started to self-police it. So it was all about them keeping their Scotland special, what it was that they enjoyed, the reasons they were going out in the first place, and then them instilling that into other people around them. We also then, off the back of that, developed that further into an international message when the time came. And I think evident of the success of our approach, we were able to bid for some budget from Scottish Government to put this international campaign together. So we then created the Tread Lightly campaign, which was all about, so in Converse, we know that our international audiences, there was this trend towards essentialism and more connections with nature and people and actually travel for the right reasons and to satisfy moods. So we thought, well, again, we have to capitalise on that, so that emotional connection. What makes them want to do this? And what kind of audience do we want to speak to? So speaking to the right audiences on the right channels with the right message. And again, making sure it was a shared message. So Tread Lightly became our international kind of message that we spoke to. And then underneath that, a very small mechanic, but sometimes important, we had a shared hashtag, and that was all about having a single hashtag on social channels that we could monitor, we could evaluate, and we could respond to in real time. underneath all of that was an awful lot of work. So there was a bank of assets created that were then available to all. So we created a toolkit, and industry and communities and anybody who wanted, the bar down the road, the Highland campsite, whoever wanted could go and use these assets to help promote those messages. And that could be as basic as posters, or it could be our videos or our campaigns. But by giving those and almost outsourcing them, freeing them up to the community, it meant they could go away and they could galvanize behind that message for us and spread it further. And the other thing that was really key to our marketing approach here was that we didn't just create this campaign and the assets, but we also looked at all activity going on across those key partners, and we aligned that so that our calendar of marketing activity was complementary. We weren't competing on channels, we weren't bidding against each other for digital media, we weren't taking each other's space on radio airtime, but instead we were complementing the messages. We were dialing them up at the right times, we were listening to when they needed it, so they knew this weekend it's going to be really busy up at my campsite in the Highlands. We need to dial that message up, and we helped to respond to that. So aligning all of the activity behind that and sharing the data that let them do more effective marketing at their level as well, and remarket off the back of our activity. And I think, again, key to all of this was us knowing that our channels weren't always the right channels. So, for example, influencer marketing became a huge marketing tactic for us, and one of the most successful, because it spoke to an audience that don't exist on our channels. And we have to be realistic about that. As a public sector organisation, how many teenagers are sitting looking at our Twitter or our Facebook? Probably not that many, especially not the ones that just want to go out, have a couple of drinks in a tent with their friends, and then leave their rubbish behind. So we needed to make sure we were in the spaces they were in, talking to them in a voice they actually cared to listen to, and that's where we got influencers heavily involved. And so to quickly, hopefully summarize within my time, the results sort of speak for themselves, and this was, as I said, a very small example of a very particular visitor management challenge that we embraced. So digital results down the side, considerable reach, but to be honest, that doesn't really matter. We can reach as many people. You can shout about the millions and millions of people you reach, but it doesn't matter unless it does something. But what we found was when we surveyed people, so the domestic audience, for example, over 83% of the Scottish adult population had seen our campaign, and 73% agreed that it motivated them to do something. We then spoke to our partners and over the year collected the data to see, so from last summer to this summer, what was the difference, and we saw considerable reductions in the problem areas that we'd had before, so less wildfires, less littering, more responsible camping behaviours, etc. So I will finish on that note to make sure we have plenty of time for everyone else, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's, yeah, we're getting now to this topic, getting the message across and trying to leave some impact. And I think this is maybe a good handover also to Angela. So you say, because you maybe have a nice tool to do this, huh? And a nice, very good idea, yeah.
Let's see what yeah, no, sorry, this is new for me all the time. Okay, yeah. Can I? Yeah? So, now, okay. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I think I have to tell for our team that we are very grateful to be here, especially for where we are coming from, like all the job done, and yeah, we're very happy to be here and sharing this knowledge with you. So. I start with this quote, and I will do my best to do in the 8 minutes. Let's see, Ulf. A new age called for a new ways of connecting, new ways of brand experience. So my name is Angela Bustillos, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Explorings. And sorry, which one is this one, isn't it? Yeah, because this one is falling. Both? Because this one is falling. Wait. Okay, so. From this journey, for the next couple of minutes, we wanna see how experiential marketing with purpose, important word right now, drives the new era of creation and communication. What does it mean? We wanna explain what is exploring, how we do this. Sorry, oh God. Lo siento.
I'll get rid of it and we get the hand micro.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to explain what is exploring, how we do it, and what is the impact that we achieve with our projects. And no worries if you get lost in at some point, because then I'm going to show the examples and cases what does it mean and how it works. Yeah. So Exploring, we are an app and creative hub right now. We are working so much as creative hub, where we co-create interactive experience for projects of city dynamization and experiential marketing through local culture. The objective here is to engage the representative of the local culture in the creation of the high impact cultural offers. So we came from the tourist product that what made it for tourists, a massive tourists, to create actually a tourist product made it for the locals that actually fits their needs and their expectations. How we do that? We do it through the methodology that we develop. This methodology is based 100% on the local culture and have the 3 pilots, that is tech, social, and culture. The tech is the technology that is gonna it's gonna be our channel, our main channel to connect, but the technology as a tool. No underestimate the value and the power of the people, and we do tech, but we love offline. So this is really good to be, like, as you say, early in the morning, to be in person and talk properly. So the technology is the tool that are gonna bring us together, are gonna bring to the experience. The culture is the powerful aspect, because it's the storytelling, as we were talking before, the storytelling that make the change, the big change. It's not the same to be in the place that you don't know the story, even if it's no huge story. It doesn't need to be like huge story, but when you know the story of that place, the meaning change. So if you don't know what represents this building, the Pedrera, you won't understand the value of the building. So last night, when a couple of the participants, we knew a little bit more about the Pedrera. I include myself, I get excited. It's not the first time here. I come when my family visit me. I was like, oh, this is something new about this building, and I love it. So when the story came, changed the meaning. And that's the cultural storytelling that make the content of that experience, and the social pilot that is always thinking how we can do better. And that better is including the communities, and how that communities can have an impact, not only a social impact, also a economic impact on the inside of the experience. All that methodology stimulate the territory, residents, local economy, and public and private sector that together create experience that achieve triple sustainable impact. Maybe you get lost here, no worries, I'm gonna explain it with the cases, but this impactful methodology, of triple impact methodology, bring us to have these lovely certificates that we are very proud to show. The Biosphere, B Corp. This year we got the award for we are one of the 19 companies in Spain with the certificate for governance of B Corp. We are part of the amazing Turban Sustainable project acceleration program for the European Union. So, how this work? How looks this experience? The first case is the lovely Ravalopoli. I say lovely because it was the first big project that we developed with this methodology, supported for the Ayuntamiento de Barcelona. If you don't know Raval, I'll just say briefly, it's a dense, small, and super multicultural neighborhood in Barcelona that have a huge negative externalidades. No, but sorry, externalidades negativas. Yeah. Okay, thank you. But it's a neighborhood that is rich in culture like crazy. I love this neighborhood, and we were in pandemic, and we were thinking how we can help. That was the quote. We didn't want to develop a huge project. We were like, how we help? How we'll help this neighborhood that actually, if you Google Raval, is the 19% of the news are bad. But that neighborhood has more than bad news. So we want to create these solidarity roads. So we create this is the environment, the digital environment. That's where the experience starts. We have 4 categories: history, cultural, commerce, and gastronomy. And in total, at the end of the project, were 11 roads that shows you the different categories. Like you can choose whatever you want to look at. And the objective was to, I'm sorry, oh God. The objective was to rescue the wall of Raval, support the community, and reactivate the local economy through interactive roads. So, just 1 second, please. The system works like this. We combine the methodology, putting together whole community. Of course, the Ayuntament was amazing support, so then we understand that the public sector have a main role here for our projects, because make us the link in between the foundations and the association that works inside of that territories. Together with the neighbors, foundations, Ayuntament, and local commerce, we create an artist, we create the content that is inside of each road. So we didn't create the storytelling, they created. And we were more like a kind of making the balance and trying to choose in between all diversity. In the case of the cultural roads, the experience are diverse for many type of artists from Barcelona or living in Barcelona from any age, etc., etc. After the roads are created, the consumers, or in this case, the citizens, can buy and enjoy the experience because the phone is going to follow you, it's going to show you where to go and what to find. That means all the storytelling. And every time that a road is sold, all that money comes to 4 social projects inside of the neighborhood. So comes again to the neighborhood. And not only that, as donation, also if you haven't been there, or if with this experience you know a new place, now you can come back because you know that that place exists. So the impact map of this experience achieve that economy the impact, that's the governments and economy for the local businesses, the cultural promotion of the culture and traditions of the communities, because we involve the communities as the Philippines community that they're living there and they're part of that neighborhood. So as soon as you know that they exist, that why they are there and what they are doing, then you empathize and you can understand the neighborhood. The environment, the social, because of the visibility and donations that I just mentioned, and the city residents, all of us, temporary or permanent residents, that we get involved on the neighborhood and we democratize cultural experience with this. Okay, I have to cut. Yeah, you can check on exploring. So it's a social project, but looks so good. It's so like colorful and nice. That's the idea, because it's social, but doesn't need to look bad. And the second case is Pelai Virtual Gallery. That's the first open-air virtual gallery in Barcelona. Basically, we joined 15 artists and any type of artist, not only digital artists, together in an experience on the open space. We hack the urban space with each piece, and every time that this piece is sold in a digital format, that's called, in this case, NFTs, the money is going to the artist and the social foundation in the neighborhood that is Stop Raval. So the same system, the money in this case, well, we have 2 marketplaces, the NFT marketplace and the normal marketplace for physical products. And the same impact full map that I'm not going on. So this, in the last minute, I will just say how experience marketing with purpose drives a new era of creation and communication. That the projects are created based on a sustainable model that project at connecting communities and destinations and culture. That product at the end is part of the tourist offer. that generates immediately positive impact, and the distribution, that's the really tough part of all the equation, is made by the own people that participate. So the people in the neighborhood is talking about something that makes them proud, and the brands involved, the partners involved, the foundations involved are also talking about this. So it's a continuous marketing because the people feel part, and this is something that we really want to emphasize. So we make this space for express, for explore, for expand the knowledge, and to turn places into exhibitions. Thank you so much.
Very sorry for rushing you in the end, but I think it's a super cool example where really you have the whole circle. So it's not really marketing, it's influencing the society. It's like building up the image, but it's also like about identity and making them proud of themselves. And I remember, I don't know if Vincent is somewhere, but he did his master thesis also on when the importance of pride of a place when it comes to tourism acceptance. And so I think it has so many aspects that stimulate each other, and it seems that they stimulate each other in a positive way. So I think it's fantastic. So thank you very much. And now we could come back to Torres. So it's something we already know about and have heard a lot about. So maybe, Carlotta, you can share a little bit more about how you spread the message towards your clients and towards also the visitors, because you're the head of wine tourism, if I understand correctly. Correct. And so maybe, I think because about that sustainability is a key issue for you and that you embrace it for a long time. I think that came strongly across, so you can emphasize, but I think there is no need. But maybe you can really tell a little bit more about spreading the message and trying to also involve your clients and guests.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Hello, good afternoon. I know it's Friday afternoon, Il a Marché. So I'm going to try to make this as interesting as I can. Just a very brief start with who is Family Torres, no? Familia Torres. Probably you all know it's a winery. It was founded in 1870, so we have 152 years of history. The gentleman, Mr. Torres, that you saw is the 4th generation, is the president, but right now we're in the 5th generation in the business as well. We have vineyards and wineries in 8 different appellations. We're in Chile and California as well. There's more than 1,000 employees worldwide, and we own more than 1,000 hectares of vineyard, organic vineyards in Catalonia. 70% of our sales go to the export market. So, we're a proud company with a lot of history. So wine tourism for Torres started as a marketing tool. I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to reach the consumer, and we want to be able to tell us the story, right? But after hearing everything today, and after thinking what could we bring on the table and how could we share our experiences, I made some reflections. So the first one was like sustainability for us is not a marketing tool, it's a necessity. You heard Mr. Torres, he was saying it, it's like we're wine growers, we live from the earth, we live from the vines. If we don't look after the earth, we will not have good wines. So it's been for a long time that we started with Torres and Earth, and we've tried to bring that not only on the capacity of the winery, but also in the wine tourism. So next comes the second reflection. Actually, sorry, I'm going to tell you one of the examples that I was talking before. So we've talked about how hot it's been this summer. And what happened? Our harvest has been much shorter. So September and October are the busiest month for us when it comes to wine tourism. Everybody wants to come to the winery to see the harvest, to see how everything works. But now we're reaching October and we don't have grapes anymore because we had to pick them all up. So one of our experiences that we offer normally during 2 months, September and October, we've only been able to offer it in September. And it's an experience where the consumer can taste the grapes from the vineyard and then taste the wine that we make out of that grape. But we don't have grapes now to give them to taste. So we had to change. And now in October, we're going to do yoga. So it's not bad either, because the vineyard looks beautiful, in autumn, the change of the leaves. But we have to adapt, because we don't know when we're going to have enough grapes, for how long we're going to have them. The next reflection is, also the president was talking about it, how can we, what's the balance between preserving this landscape and being sustainable? And I gotta say that for us in Torres, we're very proud of showing what we're doing when it comes to renewables, when it comes to all the actions that we're doing. It doesn't matter whether it's big action or small actions. If you come to the vineyard, which I hope you'll all come over to visit us, you will see we have a water reservoir. There is rainfall. It can actually store more than 30 million liters of water, and that water is reused then in the winery, especially now at harvest time. You'll see solar panels right by the vineyard. We also have loads of them on the visitor center rooftop and also in the logistics, but those ones you can actually see them. We have 2 electric trains. We always encourage visitors to leave the cars in our car park, and we bring them up to the winery using the electrical transport. And then we did also some little actions. We found that busters would come over, and because it was so hot, they would keep their engines on to keep, to cool down and to have their AC on. So what we did, we built some pergolas so the buses can park there, and we asked them kindly to switch off their engines. So we also have charging stations for electric cars, a no plastic policy. So lots of different small actions that we think it all helps to change this climate and protect the environment. Also, we talk, another reflection is like what we call the green experience. In wine tourism, it's talked for many years about the visit to the winery, but then it became also the visit to the area where we live. In Penedès, it's a very rich area. It's got like more than 180 wineries, but it also has a very strong culture. You can visit castles, in Sant Martí Sarroca. You can visit wine museums in Vilafranca. But then also gastronomy and restaurants are very important. So we decided to open up a restaurant at the winery a few years ago. What was important for us on this restaurant? It was important that it was going to be impact as little as we could in the environment. So we have a vegetable and a fruit garden. So most of our vegetables, they're seasonal and local produce, mainly at the wine, at the vineyard. What else? Then we also, we have beehives, so we use our own honey we make our own honey for our desserts. And something that we use internally, because it's not very scientific probably, is we've developed a calculator that will actually tell us the carbon impact on the menu that we create in every different season. So before we publish the new menu, we actually go in and we say, okay, so if we put so many grams of meat and all these vegetables, what is the CO2 impact that we're going to have with this dish? And it's quite interesting because some things that they seem that they shouldn't impact, they impact. So at the end of the day, we try to go very local and source from local suppliers. Another example that I wanted to share as well, this is more like on the collaboration side, is La Carretera d'Albí. I don't know, some of you may not know this project. It's a wine road. We call it the Mediterranean Wine Road. It's 13 wineries that we've got together, and we're trying to make it like a free emission zone. It's difficult, but there's actually some car parks in Barcelona where you can rent 100% electric cars that can take you to La Carretera d'Albí, and then you can do, and again, we've talked about this earlier on. It's like, once people travel, what can we do to make them stay longer, to visit more, so the CO2 impact also is reduced. And finally, but not least, because I think it's also very important, so we've talked about visiting the winery, we've talked about gastronomy and the different cultural, but we're calling now what's the new era, and the new era for us, soil is the hero, which is, it's kind of a joke, an internal joke that we have, because we need to talk about the soil and we need to talk about how important it is to protect our land, and for that became the regenerative viticulture, which has become a big project and is having a big impact for us in the tourism area as well, because people are coming, and they're coming to Mas La Plana, and they're just amazed of all the vegetation, the birds. We have over 800 bird census right now. It's just amazing. And we think it's the way to go. We think that we have to share all that. We have to share these, the autochthonous plants. We have to be able to get people, the local people, to understand everything that we have. And that's it.
One thing.
Visit us. Just come and visit us and you'll get to see everything.
Yes. No, we will. Thank you very much. I think that was a nice addition, not repeating what Mr. Torres had already said, but really getting on with what you're doing and also what your link like to the tourist world. So that was also like very enlightening. Now we have, I think this will be the first. Now, okay, we tried in the other panels, but I think in this panel we have somebody really reflecting, because we try to close the loop here with the Catalan tourist board starting off the day. And also having here Monica on the panel from the Catalan Tourist Board, really reflecting and also trying to sum up and extract what is really interesting from your point of view. So I think you have some questions towards the others, and you can try to relate it to what you are doing on,
Perfect.
On all your work that you're doing in Catalonia.
Gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Monica Santaeulalia. I work at the Catalan Tourism Bureau. I've been there for over 20 years. I want to thank Next2 for the invitation to take part in this panel. It's a luxury to share a panel with Visit Scotland, because you're really a benchmark to us, a reference point. With Angela, we had been together in innovation workshops, and they are doing an excellent work with her startup. And with Torres, as Silvia said, we are building an alliance that hopefully will be a very fruitful one, always thinking about sustainability. I want to tell you, we're here to talk about honest marketing. Luckily, in the last 10 years, I've been working and managing the different marketing plans for the Catalan Tourism Bureau, the first and the second one that is today in place, the sustainability plan. And I have seen gradually, step by step, that the word sustainable was gaining traction. And currently, we are starting to prepare the next marketing plan that will enter into force in 2023. And we have exactly the same vision. In the communication initiatives and the promotions, sustainability has to be the spinal cord of everything. In this marketing plan that we currently have, it is said that we have to work on sustainability from a strategic standpoint. It talks about the wise growth strategy, so a wise growth or smart growth strategy. So we should not give up on growth. And that links up beautifully with honest marketing. When I was told about the title of the panel, I thought, okay, honest marketing. I love to look up words on the dictionary, and I looked up honest. And honest meant basically sincere. And sincere means noble. I mean, I came up with a series of terms, so it's the perfect cycle. It means correct marketing. It has to be honest. It has to be authentic. And it's quite clear that we need honest marketing initiatives, honest with ourselves, because it's our destination, it's our territory, it's where we live on a daily basis. We cannot trick ourselves, and the destination has to be worth a visit. This is a clear idea in the Bureau. We are very aware of that. We have a sustainability plan, as I told you. It will finish end 2023, but we started working on it in a very collaborative manner. All the units of the Catalan Tourism Bureau took part in the sustainability planning. It went through different assessments and validations. So it was a true collaboration with all the Bureau's units. And it's one of the big successes that we have. It's an internal plan with 15 measures, 15 interventions. We are not so advanced as Visit Scotland, but we are on the right path. It includes different stages. The first one is a phase of consistency, in which we have tried to be aligned so that we were all in tune. So we have revised the mission and vision of the Bureau. We have worked on a series of values. We have worked on an ethical code, a code of conduct. So basically to align everything and everyone. The second stage is an identification stage. It's about analyzing our actions, measures, to check whether they are fully and truly sustainable in all their implications. We have also analyzed our members. We have over 1,400 members, businesses that work with us, that want to sell their products through this Catalan brand. So we have analyzed whether they have changed their attitudes and whether they are implementing a sustainable management or selling sustainable experiences. And that's quite an interesting experience because it's about taking stock. Then there's the stage of communication, a very interesting one. Because on the one hand, we need to try and communicate all the internal changes that we are implementing. We have to communicate that the Catalan Tourism Bureau has jumped on the sustainability wagon, and we are the spokespeople for the sector, and we can give visibility to the changes that value our destination. And there's something important here that has to do with the conscious tourist. We need to convey to the tourists the impacts that they are making on the destination that they visit. We love the work that is being done by the Basque Country because they convey very clear messages to the visitors that arrive in the Basque Country, telling them that, of course, their visit, their travel has an impact on the local population and economy. A fourth stage has to do with support. We don't want to do this on our own. There's a whole sector that needs to change, and we want to support them with training, consulting, tutorials, mentoring schemes, etc. We want to support them throughout the change. And finally, and one of the most important ones, is the positioning of the destination, because after all, what we want is to position ourselves as a sustainable destination, sustainable in all its implications. We will do brand equity exercises, branding exercises, but we want to be regarded as a truly sustainable destination. And I see that you have that in Visit Scotland. You have achieved that. You are positioned as a sustainable destination. I wanted to ask Kat, because I'm always surprised. I love your projects, but what about collaboration? Which is the key, in your opinion, to carry out a successful collaboration with the private sector? Because I think it's very interesting that you get them to be enthusiastic about sustainability. I want to know how you go about it, because you're asking from them to change their business model, and that's quite tricky. They really need to change their business model.
Can I jump in between just very briefly? So, because I'm the spoiler again with the time. So, if you want to ask everybody one question, we manage, but then everybody has to be really brief in the answers. So, brief questions for everybody, brief answers, and then we do fine. And I think Sandra left, so she cannot be that stressed. So it will work.
Well, she's very stressed. Brief answer, I guess, is a little bit like the way we market to audiences. You have to understand what they need and create a value proposition for them, so it's speaking their language. So in the case of responsible tourism or sustainability or whatever we're talking about or coining it in that, it's very much about what's in it for them. And it's the same no matter who you're speaking to, but for industry, there is a very clear business case. However, it requires an investment in terms of mindset, so the whole paradigm shift that Anna spoke about, as well as resources, new operating models, supply chain. There's a whole band of changes they would need to make. And so you need to be able to empathize with those challenges, provide some practical advice and support and next steps, lead by example, so show what we're doing, and whether it's things like our funding, again, putting our money where our mouth is. So if we're funding projects, we will only fund projects that have that responsible agenda behind them. So leading by example, empathizing, and speaking their language, building a business case for them would be my quick answer.
Thank you.
Angela was speaking, and I thought, where do you find your ideas? How do you come up with these ideas? The storytelling, you come up with the ideas and then look for allies, or the other way around? How do you bump into ideas? Because you have many interesting experiences with artists. So I'd like to know where do ideas come from? Well, it's my favorite part, the creation of ideas, this box of creativity. Sorry.
No, te respondo en castellano.
No, in Spanish. Okay. We work on a brief, and depending on what the client needs, the client is the commercial association, for example, of Rambla Catalonia. They needed a Christmas activity. We sat at a table with them. We discussed with the shops. So what happens in Christmas? We have our own Christmas celebrations, and we started to build the storytelling, based on the brief, on the needs, and with a collaborative methodology. We work with the client, with the community, and we have come up with the right approach. But you need to fully understand the territory, which communities will be taking part, who are the neighbors, and that's the starting point. But of course, yes, we do offer an initial idea, but always actively listening to what they want to convey, to what they find valuable, and we match it with a technological innovation proposal. And the result is that every project is totally different, and that's the beauty of it. Every territory is different. Yeah, I think that you have the perfect match between storytelling and technological innovation. In the morning, we were discussing tools, and that's a fantastic tool because it really makes headway and it comes up with proximity-based tourism activities. And for Torres, I really like the message that you convey as the Torres family. It's a warming message, and it really gets us excited to come and visit you. And of course, you have the accumulated experience of 5 generations, and that's beautiful. To go back to the accumulated experience and knowledge to face the future. And the fact, Monica...
30 seconds left.
Yeah, okay.
So, that's for the answer.
Yeah. Sí. No, jo volia saber, a nivell de comunicació, com plasmeu aquest...
In terms of communication, how do you meet your commitment with sustainability?
Our communication strategy, which I have the director here, so she's probably going to kill me if it's what I say. But no, it's so intrinsic. It's part of our DNA, the whole sustainability, that we rather do it with the actions and show it with the actions and everything that we do and the projects than not so much on the marketing, on the green marketing, where you communicate it without maybe showing that action. Okay. So I would say that our communication is just showing it and doing it.
Okay, it's integrated.
That was perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
we will do later on, so there will be no wrap-up for the session, but a wrap-up for the whole 3 panels after the next takeaway session. So, thank you very much, everybody. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you to all the panelists for sharing their cases. And to the great and open-minded moderation of Ulf. Thank you very much. So we're moving towards the end of the meeting, which has been so far very rich in ideas, content, and actions to take. And we would really like to reflect on the takeaways. We have thus organized a short, very short session with the aim to gather some additional comments, reflections on how other stakeholders are driving the path towards a value-driven tourism model based on the materials we have been sharing today. Let us welcome on stage Mr. Ole Jonang, Senior Advisor of the Västra Götaland region, representing the West Sweden Tourism Board. Thank you very much. You can use that second chair. No, that one there. Sorry. Sorry about that. Mrs. Elena Ridolfi, PhD researcher and academic coordinator of the Master in Sustainable and Responsible Tourism of the University ZUB. Welcome. And Mr. Mario Aymaric, advisor at Europa Nostra. Okay. I'm going to take it from here, no worries. So, in the first place, Mr. Ole Jonang will introduce us to the initiative Stepping Up Sustainability, led by the West Sweden Tourism Board. And I think you're starting with the video, I'm not sure about that.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I want to show a video first.
Let's see it.
The hospitality industry in West Sweden. Those of us who work here, we know what it means. It creates jobs, brings people together, and makes places we want to live as well as visit. But it also puts pressure on the environment, and it can be difficult to make a profit. Sometimes we're too many, and sometimes we're too few. These are challenges that need sustainable solutions now. Because even though our day-to-day lives are different, we share the same responsibility to take care of one of the world's most beautiful places so that we who live here and those who visit us can continue to enjoy everything it has to offer. But that needs solutions that work for us in our daily lives. Through Stepping Up Sustainability, the West Sweden Tourist Board has created a common platform for a long-term, sustainable hospitality industry in West Sweden. Stepping Up Sustainability is built on 4 basic principles that enable the private and public sector to work together. It's not a certification, it's simply a way to make it easier to work sustainably. No step is too small, as long as it's headed in the right direction. Many have already joined, and more are needed if we're going to make a difference. Visit our website and sign up. We can make that difference together.
Thank you very much for sharing it with us.
Okay.
And sorry, before you start talking, I apologize on behalf of the organization, but it's really 5 minutes each, because at 5 we must really finish, and there's another small panel session after you. So I'm sorry, we would listen to you for ages, but not
okay. Just as you can see, this we were inspired by the first conference when we made the Barcelona Declaration, no? This to better place to visit, better places to live, and this, as you can see by yourself, it has inspired this work from our tourist board. I have 2 takeaways from today. And actually, the first one is, it feels like we're on the right track, and it's also good to know. Because we've been a lot of discussion here, but you have to involve different sectors, even different levels in the work, and that's exactly, I mean, what we are doing. Today we have now 450 companies are involved in this work and project, and we're coming from different sectors, have signed up. Also, we have 49 municipalities in our region, 44 has signed up with decisions in the local council to join this work as well. And why it's important to have the municipalities? Yeah, in Sweden, we have the regions and local municipalities have quite a big self-governance, because we have the right to levy taxes from the direct income, which means that we can get resources. You can levy taxes. The only problem, if you levy too much taxes, you might lose the next election. But anyway, it's a resource that we have. The second takeaway, and this I discussed with the president of our tourist board, Birgitta Adolfsson. She's here, sitting somewhere, yeah. If you want to ask her about our work afterwards. And that was, we both were inspired by Anna Pollock, and especially when she talked about this overarching goal about health and well-being. And that's especially important for us. We have to take a look at this coming home, and especially since we are also responsible, our region is responsible for the healthcare of the citizens in Västra Götaland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting you to be so brief. Thank you very much. Now, let's listen to Mrs. Elena Ridolfi, who will share the view of the academic sector in supporting and boosting the change of the tourism governance and model. When you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, I'm representing today a higher educational institution, and I would like to stress that the higher education plays an important role within the ecosystem of any destinations in shaping territorial regenerative tourism in cooperation with other agents. Is something that in the framework of our Master in Tourism in Sustainable and Responsible Tourism, we are used to do. We are collaborating all the time with the Catalan government, for example, or with local institutions from the Catalan region, also department of environmental education, etc., and of course with communities. In our projects, the center point for us is involving local communities, because we think that we can contribute all together in improving our local environment. And for our students, it's so important. Some of them are local, but also come from other destinations. So what is important is to have or generate a local impact from different point of views, no? A local impact, but through the inputs that these students are also able to generate all together with practitioners, with local institutions. So I'm going to stress very quickly the 5 points that I consider very, very useful. The journey towards a territory, regenerated territory through tourism will be possible only if the regenerative culture is widespread at all levels of the education, resulting in future responsibility, resilience, community. But the other important point is the contribution to the SDGs. Now, we have seen before that we can expand the concept of sustainability. The SDGs explicitly call on all agents, and especially those pertaining to the tourism industry, destination businesses, to apply strategic tools and actions to solve sustainable development challenges. Based on this, I think regenerative tourism can be considered a useful tool for expanding the concept of sustainability and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda by identifying a set of priority SDGs and related actions by destination and businesses. So destination, businesses, companies in general needs to identify what are the priority SDGs to implement, and how are they connected with the local territory. The other important aspect is the governance model. Based on some research that I'm conducting with a group of research, focusing on smart destinations, and especially islands destinations, smart governance models should take advantage of technology and digitalizations to facilitate better connection and cooperation among stakeholders. However, preliminary findings reveal that local participation is still not well defined and properly incorporated into the strategy of smart governance. So we are more and more talking about smart communities, but this part of how we incorporate local participation remains something that we need to address. Another important point, measuring the regenerative tourism. How can we measure qualitative regenerative tourism? Measuring progress on tourism regeneration is a complex task and needs to take possible instruments into account and specific context of implementation. It is for this reason that regenerative tourism must be accompanied by tangible plans for actions, one where progress can be accurately measured, tracked, and reported on. Researchers are only now beginning to conceptualize regenerative tourism models drawn along with the indicators of regenerative tourism to measure the degree to which a tourism product, service, businesses, and destination is regenerative and sustainable, and to assess performance and progress. The last point, and it has been already explained before, is or relates to the marketing and promotion, reporting, communication, how we communicate regenerative tourism practices. Reporting and communicating regenerative tourism practices and results constitute a way to build trust and improve destination and business reputation to avoid, for example, greenwashing and base regenerative tourism practices upon transparency. It also be considered a strategic tool that is also used to support sustainable decision-making processes, stimulate organizational development to drive better performance, engage stakeholders. So it can be done through recognized international reporting and communication tools. It is to say that we have a lot of instruments that can be applied, that can be considered in order to integrate these points together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena. Now, Mr. Mario Aymaric will now share some reflections from the cultural sector regarding the values that we have been discussing today, that is the preservation and valorization of our cultural heritage.
Thank you. When I was invited to participate in this event, first of all, I was surprised because I'm not a tourism expert at all. But I have been collaborating with Europa Nostra for several years since I was retiring from the European Investment Bank, where I spent 20 years financing projects all over the world, among them some tourism and culture sites. The question is, what does Europa Nostra? Europa Nostra, in synthesis, helps in the identification and the making in value some cultural, what we call hidden treasures that are not really known by many people. This is done by two ways. One is giving awards. Every year more than 20 awards are given to places that have been successfully refurbishing a monument, a site, or making an important contribution to the valorization of the site. For instance, here in Barcelona, very recently, La Torre de les Aigues, which is in Poble Nou, and very close to the Forum area, received one of these awards, and we know that well, there is a plate over there saying that this site received the award, but is not known by many people. The other way in which Europa Nostra works is under the program which is called the 7 Most Endangered Sites in Europe, which is an agreement with the Institute of the European Investment Bank, by which every year we select 7 sites in Europe which are in danger, and we carry out an appraisal of the site, looking at what is the situation, how could be improved, even how could be financed for the rehabilitation of the sites. So at the end of the day, what Europa Nostra does is to identify and to help making public some hidden treasures related to culture. And as I said when at the beginning, not being an expert in tourism, the first thing I did is to read the Barcelona Declaration. And reading the Barcelona Declaration, I would like to remind you that the Barcelona Declaration identifies 5 action ways. And on top of that, they say that sustainability, standard sustainability, which is based on 3 dimensions, environmental, social, and economic, has to be reinforced by a 4th dimension, which is cultural values. And cultural values is exactly what in Europa Nostra we are trying to make clear. And this helps, the identification of these sites helps also in the diversification of tourism. For instance, in Barcelona, it's very nice to come here to La Pedrera. It's very nice to see other Gaudí treasures and so on. But there are other treasures in the city of Barcelona which are not known. And what we try to help in this sense. So Sandra invited me to...
One more minute?
Just last sentence.
Great.
Sandra invited me to prepare some takeaways from this session. My takeaway is to tell you, don't forget never culture if you want to really succeed in regenerating tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario. That was very fast, but we thank you all, Ole, Elena, and Mario. It was very interesting to learn about your takeaways, each from a different perspective: destination, research, and culture. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Thank you. It's time now to announce the last panel of the meeting: call for commitment and closing remarks. For this panel, we would like to count with the Catalonia government, next door, the European Commission, as well as Anna Pollock, who has delivered the inspirational speech to kick off the event. So I'd kindly ask to join me on stage Mr. Vincent Ness, Chief Strategist, Visit Flanders, Executive Vice President of Nextdoor, Mrs. Ramune Gens-Bicolait Venturi, Policy Officer Tourism at DJ Grow, European Commission, connecting online. Hello, Mrs. Ramune. Can we see her? Well, we would just connect with her during this panel. Yes, hello. Can you hear us? Hi. Also, Mrs.
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Great. Mrs. Anna Pollock, founder of Conscious Travel. Please welcome her on stage. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Marta Domènech, General Director of Tourism, Government of Catalonia. But before that, Mr. Ulf Sonntag, moderator, the star moderator of the day, will present the visual recordings made by Delphine Bogos throughout the day before our final discussion, and that will be very brief, right?
I was brief to be very brief. But I still hope we can put the visual presentations online, so it's all the three of them. So, and I promise the last time you see me, but to make this very brief. So, I think we have seen three excellent panels. I mean, we had to rush a little bit through it. That's always the shame when you have so many great people and great examples, but that's the way it is, I guess. But we had Delphine covering everything and preserving everything. So we have this, and everybody will get this afterwards. So you have the inspiration that regressed here, but you also have the inspiration there in a fantastic way to see it, and I think it's even a very fun way of exploring and re-exploring. Yes, yeah, that's good. Give a hand for Delphine, yes. Because it's such amazing work, and I think it's similar with the simultaneous translations who have also been doing a really great work. So I think doing this, grasping this, doing it at the same time, it's amazing. I only could do some things consecutively. But yeah, I really hope the day-to-day showed inspiration how to get started with the topic of regenerative travel. We have seen, yeah, you need a good plan, you need partners, you need communication, convincing to get started. So this was basically the idea of the three panels who were, you could also feel that always interlinking. So everything is integrative, and that's the way it is. So you cannot really divide it unnaturally. So it's really, yeah, the way it is. We saw that, and this comes especially, I think, from the enterprises. If you have a great idea based on values and a commitment and persistence to like push it as long as it takes, then it will also be a success. And I think sometimes we, working more on the public side, can learn there from the private front runners. So that was something also very intriguing to me. And also something I've observed, also reflecting, is it's sometimes quite old people at the end of their business career telling us the good examples, like Mr. Torres, for instance, or like Fridays for Futures, young people not really in business yet. And my feeling is, why is this? It should be the other way around. It should be us. It has to be us. So maybe this is the first part of the call for commitment. I think it's really up to us, our generation, us in the working life, who have to do something. And we have the obligation to our children to really do so. And so, yeah, I hope, I mean, it's always nice to do the talking, but I would also like to see in the future more doing and sharing the even more example of doing. So that was me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was great. Great job, and a big applause for you for that expert moderation and open-mindedness. Thank you very much. So, the goal of this last session is to listen to the words of the institutions and personalities who have been part of the opening speeches, to hear their thoughts after all the exchanges we've had today, and to listen to their proposals for the next steps, their call for commitment. Just so you know, Delphine will still be drawing for the final calls for commitment, so that will be included in the final drawings you receive next week. So, Mr. Vincent Ness, you have been participating as a case, presenting the Visit Flanders Travel to Tomorrow strategy, and now you're speaking as Nextur Executive Vice President. What are your reflections of the day, the food for thought you are taking home as a destination, and the call for commitment of Nextur?
Yes, thank you very much.
And very briefly, of course.
Very brief, because we're between us is the weekend and fiestas, etc. Most of you don't know, I also study sports. I think Ulf knows. So I know that being always on a chair is not so healthy. So can I ask you to stand up, maybe? And we also. Because I want to ask you, by kind of vote, were you inspired today or not? And if you were inspired, you can go and sit again. And if you were not inspired, you stand up. I'm okay, I understand it's also it's also kind of psychological game, because maybe if you're on your own standing up, it will not happen. Okay, but very briefly, I feel today that things have changed. Not just today, but before already have changed, and that makes me happy. We all understand that residents are part of tourism networks, and that these networks are living systems. Anna told us, explained very clearly. And they only flourish when all parts are healthy. So I'm so grateful that the Catalan Tourist Board and Nextour together organized this event to share knowledge. So I personally, but also from Nextour end, would like to thank Catalan and local authorities, all the speakers, the participants, moderator Ulf, you were truly worth each centimeter of your body. And of course, the biggest, and I would like to ask an applause for the organizing team and all the ladies and some men of the Catalan Tourist Board that worked very hard. So I hope you also felt that things are changing. I see completely different things being said on conferences these days than 10 years ago. It was necessary, and it's thanks to people like Anna and others that have inspired us to do so. But we're doing it. We're in this change. I'm not saying we're there, but we're doing it. I want to make some very brief real conclusions, which is, and I'm very happy colleagues from European Commission are with us, because they offer us with the tourism transition pathway a real source of inspiration, and we have to see how we can comply to it. And there are like two ambitions there. One is building collaborative governance of tourism destinations, and the other is tourism services for visitors and residents alike. And if we then see what the targets there are, for the first one, that is by 2030, they want, and we and they, it's us, we all want that all publicly funded DMOs in Europe support collaborative governance, including public-private stakeholders, residents, and visitors. And this is what we talked about today. And I hope that you got, by standing up and sitting down, inspiration on becoming also the next DMOs and inspiring other DMOs to do so. And the second thing is, and I think it was a great link with the app of the Barcelona tool, sorry, lady, I forgot your name, but yes, you. Because your app was like showing to bring together what is interesting for visitors and residents at the same time. So this is actually meeting the second target of the Commission, creating these tourism services for visitors and residents alike. The answer to be able to do more things together, I think we can direct a call to the European Commission to help us in mainstreaming appropriate funding to do things together on the field in practice. And especially for Nextour, I hope we find ways to have like funding for Nextour as well, because I believe that this network of regions is the way forward to build capacity and to work together. We're not doing this on an island. And then to conclude, and this is for the members of Nextour from the vice presidency, let's say, we felt we were inspired today. I hope you all feel that being in this network is really of value. That's one thing. And another thing is personal from my CEO, who is Peter de Wilde. Some of you know that he was appointed last week as CEO of another agency in the Flemish government. He fully commits as acting CEO of Visit Flanders to Nextour. And so we promise, we give full commitment to the presidency that we will take over next year in April. And I promise I will give my full support to Peter and the network as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I'd now like to ask Mrs. Ramone Gens-Vigolait Venturi, hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, from the European Commission, who is following us from Brussels, what your reflections on the day are, how all these relates to the actions of the European Commission regarding the tourism transition pathways, and what your call for commitment is. Very briefly as well.
Thank you.
I'm afraid.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, let me first allow you to congratulate and thank you for a very rich and inspiring event. Truly, it has been a day very well spent, although I would have preferred to be in this cozy environment in La Pedrera with you. It is very timely discussion, much needed, and brings a lot of optimism. What I take with me and what I will share with the colleagues in the Commission. First of all, it is clear we cannot afford to continue business as usual. The change in the tourism model is already happening with you and thanks to you, the regional authorities, DMOs, local businesses. And I'm really, truly impressed, I think the word was repeated many, many times, by your commitment, by enthusiasm and creativity, regardless the challenges that you face. Second, we need to listen and learn from each other more than ever. The examples we hear today are source for inspiration for many tourism operators in Europe. So our role should be promoting more peer-to-peer learning at all levels, local, national, and EU. And today, Catalonia and Nextdoor have done a great job in this respect. Third, our choices of tourism and travel model should not only benefit local communities, they should be built together with them, because they do have the necessary knowledge, they're best placed, and they often have the ideas how to implement them. Truly sustainable and responsible travel and tourism can and should contribute to the nature conservation and restoration, as well as cultural heritage. We have a lot of examples, good examples in Europe with protected areas, Natura 2000. Now it brings me to how we at the European level in the Commission can help. To help the good intentions turn into reality, I think we have quite a solid legislation, concrete action plans and strategies to implement the EU Green Deal. I will not go into the details. I'm sure you're aware of many of them, just to say that I think the basis, the framework to enforce this change is there. Secondly, we have started a process, and Maria-Hélène has mentioned it in the opening, to build together a tourism transition pathway with clear actions, how to achieve it. Although we don't use the term regenerative tourism, very much reflected here today, I think that the actions that we have put together there in the pathway are very much targeting just that. Many of you have mentioned today Glasgow Declaration, a global platform to commit to climate neutral tourism. I would like to once again invite those who have not done so to join our European platform and share your commitments and pleasures, these excellent examples, to the pathway with us. Well, these pleasures, again, why they're so important. I'm trying to motivate you more. For the leaders, as many of you are, it gives the visibility. It inspires the others to follow the same path. So the more of us join this direction, the sooner we'll achieve our goals. These pledges or commitments, they show us at the Commission level, of course, where and how the change is happening and what support is needed and what works well. We can facilitate as a Commission in pooling all this knowledge and available tools, there are a lot of them, to facilitate the exchange of best practice, this learning process. You heard Maria-Hélène speaking about the online platform that we will launch next year, this sort of one-stop shop for tourism stakeholders. We work towards improving tourism statistics framework by including indicators to measure sustainability. And finally, we enable the change for greener tourism. So we have the funding. You know, it's a complex funding system at the European level. We try to streamline and present it in a more accessible way to the tourism players. And you know that a large share there is dedicated to greening and more sustainable actions. And last, but definitely not the least, we promote cooperation among all players, and we support skills and capacity building. So once again, we look forward to our joint work in this process we have set together, and I thank you very much. Back to you, Ivana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ramune, and you're very welcome to stay with us until the end of the session, if you please. Mrs. Anna Pollock, founder of Conscious Travel, what are your conclusions of the meeting? You are the guru of the concept regenerative tourism. Would you like to share any learning, recommendations, call for commitment with us?
Well, first of all, to be called a guru is about to make somebody go very silent very quickly. First of all, I just want to thank all of you and for Catalan Tourism and everyone that has been involved in organizing this event. I am going home inspired and revitalized. I have to confess the last year has been a tough one in the sense of seeing the slowness of change, but that's partly because so much is actually happening under the radar. And just being here, being with you, hearing the case studies, listening to the quality of conversation gives me enormous optimism, enormous hope for the future. Just 3 points I'll make, and these are literally, as you could see, made on the cuff. I've been doing a few interviews and haven't had a chance to reflect, so hopefully it comes out okay. I'm looking here right in front of me, the concept of honest marketing. But I think it's this concept of being prepared to be honest with each other so that we can really build a sense of trust. Honest when we're scared. We don't know what the future holds. Honest when we're not sure we don't have all the ideas, okay? It's like right now I'm feeling, oh my gosh, I'm the guru. They're expecting pearls of wisdom, just like that. And I don't have them at the moment, other than what I'm saying, so we'll see. So it's about that authenticity, and as importantly, gently but persistently enabling people to see that we simply cannot do what we've always done, because if we do that, we'll get the mess we're currently in. Does that make sense? Yeah. Secondly, I think I had in my presentation a slide with what we call the 2 hoops. So we have an old system that is now slowly but inevitably dying, and that's not because it was inherently bad, it's just that any system you have in nature does this and then does that. And it's like the cycle of life. It's like we're entering the autumn season here in the Northern Hemisphere, and the leaves are falling. They're going to form the nutrients for the spring growth, okay? So if we can learn to flow with the cycles, it'll make more sense. But also in a period of change, you need 3 kinds of people to make it happen safely. One, we need the pioneers, the people prepared to take enormous risks and experiment, yes? And we've got quite a few of you in the audience today. Then often is the case that the pioneers can see really clearly what has to happen and are prepared to take risks. And then there are others for whom this is incredibly frightening. And for an awful lot of people in our regions, they have just gone through 2 years of hell. They are suffering. They are possibly going to resist, this call for change. And I ask you just to be empathetic or empathic, I never was quite sure which the word was, to their situation, but to build a sense of safety, that they still will have a role to play. They still have a contribution to make, and you're aware of what they're dealing with, because what you don't want is to exacerbate that sense of there are the people who want to go in this direction and people who want to stop you. That's not going to be healthy. And resistors often play an important role in times of dramatic change. They do, in fact, slow us down to just create enough space to build a firmer foundation. And then you want the bridge builders, the people who link these 2 things together. And each of you can decide, where you fit. I think we've got more pioneers and bridge builders, but out in the real world, outside, we've got a lot more resistance. Then the third point is, again, I think it began to become apparent, but we can't make these changes at a global or even a national or even a regional level. The more we can start to build community or find communities in specific places, quite small, where people can, as I said earlier, sit down around a table and have honest conversations about who they are and what they want, and learn to listen with each other and build community. Community doesn't happen just by spelling the word. It takes a lot of time and effort. But the more that we do that, the more we create the conditions for what is actually the most magical part of the whole regenerative approach. And that's this thing in nature called emergence. Ideas will literally come out of nowhere. You don't know what they are, you can't plan for them, you have to encourage the conditions for them to pop up, a bit like mushrooms or fungi in the autumn. Anyway, those are my final concluding remarks. Again, thank you very much. I think you've got, every one of you here, every institution represented here has got what it takes to lead us forward into this new world, and I'm very grateful to have had the chance to spend some time with you. So go for it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anna. And my last question is for the hosts of the event, the destination that is dedicating so many efforts to make a change of paradigm in the tourism model of Catalonia. Mrs. Marta Domènech, General Director of Tourism of the Government of Catalonia. Would you like to use the lectern? Because
because, you know, I'm really shaken. That means that I changed my shoes for my sneakers. That means that we have I can walk longer and much better, because we have so much work to do and we have a long way to do it. So it's better to go with a sneaker. We will go faster if we go it together. So it's much more complicated for me to make a call for commitment just from my chair. So I think it's better to stand up and make the call for commitment.
And I'll ask the questions while you get there. So,
wonderful.
As the organizer of the event, did it meet your expectations? What are the next steps? Which message do you have for your sector and for Europe? And what are the closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, for me it's very important to make the agreement, to say thank you to all of you, to all the panelists for the great cases and reflections you have been sharing along the whole day. It's a hard day, or from our minds. Thank you all for your hard preparation and for making it so rich and fascinating. I am also very proud for the local cases, the Catalan businesses that have been showcased today. It's very motivating to see the successful enterprises that have sustainability values rooted into their business models. My sincere gratitude to our moderator, Ulf Sontag, for delivering such an excellent work in moderating 3 very intensive panels with so many speakers and such interesting content. It was not an easy task, and you have really exceeded with all the expectations. Thank you very much, Ulf. Anna, you have brought us so much inspiration and shake us a lot into this room today. I think it's something that it's really valued from all of us. Today, I'm sure many of us are leaving this room with your messages rooted too in our minds and in our hearts. Thank you for sharing so many food for thoughts and for believing in the capacity we all have to get things changed, for have a better world, for the best. Also a big thank for Delphine Bogos for this amazing capacity to captivate the exchanges of the day into this impressive illustration, which you will all receive after this event. Normally, it's much more easier to have visual, these incredible tips that we have today. Thank you. So now, the call for action. I'm so delighted to see you how the mission that we have here in Catalonia to contribute to the well-being of the community through the values of the travel is totally aligned with the many of the destinations that have been talking today. It's encouraging to see our missions being transformed, and with them, our laws, our strategies, our governance, and our marketing. We are walking, all of us, the right path with we all know it's not an easy path. It requires long leadership, remember, sneakers. It requires profound changes. It requires engagement and more engagement at all levels, vertical and horizontal. This is why my call towards all of us is to drive this change, this transformation, this evolution all together, to ensure a tourism that delivers net positive impacts a tourism that is our force for good for our territory. As our colleagues from Visit Scotland, Greenland, Valencia, Flanders were saying today, it's amazing how to see that all of us speak different languages, but all of us feel the same in the same way. To the Catalan tourism ecosystem, my ecosystem, enterprises, no matter your size, destinations from all over the country, amics, companys, des d'aquí us animo a seguir treballar.
Colleagues, friends, I encourage you to work together among yourselves, with ourselves, the administration, to achieve a tourism that is beneficial for everyone, the society, the environment, and obviously businesses. Our sector lives from the land, from our people, from our culture, from our gastronomy, from our wines, from our talent and our innovation capacity, as we have seen throughout the day. There's no tourism without the uniqueness, a uniqueness that has to be preserved and valued, because that diversity makes us different, and it's one of the main assets of Catalonia, our home. Today we've seen that businesses that are rooted in the values of sustainability, community, the sense of place are successful businesses, not only financially, but also and above all, because they contribute value to their environment. I would like you to reflect on the impact that we are having on our environment, on our community, and how it can be improved by all of us.
Thank you for helping us to mirror Catalonia with other destinations of Europe, which are also leading this necessary change. I would really like to propose that within 6-8 months, taking advantage of next year's annual general meeting, for example, we could continue this discussion and we could continue sharing how we are progressing and, really important, concreting items. And we all have, can we do this scalability? As said, this is a difficult but also fascinating path, and it's always better to walk it together than to walk it alone. Cooperation, common vision, reduce the difference between intention and action. We have a lot to do all together. To the European Commission, I don't know if they are still listening to us, but just to send a message. Today, we have been sharing real cases, real examples of destination and businesses addressing topics related to the tourism transition paths, as building collaborative governance of tourism destinations and tourism services for visitors and residents alike. I would like you to consider the cases that we have been sharing with you. Use them as an inspiration, promote them, but also support them in delivering a real change. This is why we would please to bring some of these cases to Brussels, to the European Tourism Forum or the European Tourism Day, for example, to share what we are doing, how we are progressing, and also what are the barriers we are encountering and how Europe could support us. You can count on next tour supports for that. Be assured we can play a significant role as part of the European tourism agenda and the meanwhile in the platform Together for Tourism. Really, thank you very much. And just two only final words. Agrair a tota l'audiència per estar aquí, per
I want to thank the audience for having been here. Thanks for making it to the end. It's quite late on a Friday, but thank you very much for your interest. Thanks to the speakers for their excellent work. Ivana, she has been a fantastic MC. I want to thank Nextour and its members for being here today. The team, a big clap for the super work done by the preparation team, the drawer, the graphic artist, and enjoy the municipal celebration of Barcelona, the Mercè celebration, because these are roots too, and we don't have any borders here.
Thank you very much, Marta, for your words. There's nothing left to say, just a big thank you. I hope you were inspired, motivated, and transformed by today's event. Thank you very much for having me. It was an honor to share the stage with such experts. Enjoy the Festas de la Mercè and safe travels home. Thank you.